Alright folks, here's a fun fact about the 1976 Brabham B25. This car was actually one of the first to introduce a semi-automatic gearbox in Formula 1, which was pretty groundbreaking at the time. Imagine trying to shift gears manually, and then suddenly, boom! The car takes care of it for you. It's like having a personal butler but for your race car. Not exactly the sleekest looking thing on the track, but hey, it was making history. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that decision. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your champion before the countdown hits 0. Let's see which AI will take the checkered flag. Alright, so we have Diffusers in that classic Penske PC3, which is a pretty iconic choice, but maybe a little on the vintage side, for a race at Mont Tremblant GP Reverse. And then there's Merchican Live with the Ligier JS5, which is also a vintage beauty but known for its agility and lightweight design. Given the track's twists and turns, I might lean towards Merchican Live. The Ligier JS5's design could give it a slight edge in maneuverability. But hey, with AI behind the wheels, anything can happen. Let's just sit back and watch these vintage beasts go at it. My money's on the Ligier, but we're about to see some surprises. Alright folks, the race is underway at Mont Tremblant GP Reverse. And leading the pack is Leon Yashin. In a 1976 Wolf Williams FW5, starting from the front. She's got a great shot to hold that pole position early on. Leon Yashin has shot off the line into the lead. Diffusers is holding strong in second place, while Merchican Live is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle brewing behind them. Scuderia Veloce is charging through the field to reach 16th place. Merchican Live is losing ground, dropping to 18th place after a tough run. Metzerope Starks is climbing steadily, now in third position and closing in on the leaders. Maldox 8th TF just sneaking into the top 12. Wrestling 567, and Pippi Langstrom still locked in a close fight for the next spot. Epic Sugar climbing up to 18. Looks like they're not done yet. Cherofa Kitten is climbing to third place. Wrestling 567 and Nuts are both moving up one spot each, now sitting in 14th and 15th. Maldux FTF is driving a Wolf Williams FW05 and currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're making steady progress but still have some ground to catch up. Nero Upstarks is driving a Brabham BT45, which is known for its distinctive design and turbocharged engine. They are currently in 5th place, holding a solid position but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Deserts is holding a solid 2nd place, looking comfortable for now. Merchican Live is in 3rd, but not far behind. It's a close fight, so anything can still happen. Maya is currently in 11th place with the Shadow DN5B. Looks like a solid mid-pack effort so far. No overtakes yet, but plenty of room to shake things up. The F1 1976 cars are all pretty close, so the track's tight and technical layout at Mont-Tremblant probably favors skill over raw speed. It's a battle of finesse and strategic overtakes rather than outright power. Maya is currently in 11th place with the Shadow DN5B. Looks like a solid mid-pack run so far, but no fastest lap to brag about yet. Maldux FTF just snuck into the top 12, inching closer to Maya . The battle for 11th is heating up. Merchican Live is narrowing the gap to Epic Sugar, looking to make a move soon. Maldux FTF is dropping like a stone, now in 17th place. Maya is climbing steadily to 11th. Wrestling 567 is right behind her, moving up to 12th. Maldux FTF just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Defitz and Maldux FTF are now nose-to-nose at the front. Leon Yesin and Defizards are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Deizerts takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Cherofa Kitten climbs to 2nd. 2. Netzero Upstarks moves up to 3rd. The race is heating up. Congratulations to Leon Yashin on winning the race at Mont-Tremblant GP Verse. Looks like someone's got the winning formula. Wow! Congratulations to Defizzers on taking the win. That was a fantastic race to watch. And a big shout out to Nuts for the most overtakes today. Notes. You've earned yourself a classic piece of racing history with that 1976 Surtees TS19. Well done to both of you. Sure. Did you know that the F1 2022 racing cars are the first to feature ground effect tunnels since the 1980s? They basically have tiny skirts that create a low-pressure area under the car, helping them stick to the track like glue. It's like giving the cars a superpower to hug the corners tighter. Quite elegant tech, right? Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make those choices count, because the race is about to begin. Don't miss out on picking your champion before it's too late. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Istanbul Park, and Lisashabi is on pole driving the sleek 2022 Ferrari F1 75. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the other cars will surprise us. Lisashabi has taken an early lead. Red Panda 94 is holding strong in second place. Cobracle is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap. Cobracle and Maya are nose to tail for that position. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to fifth, making moves. Lian Yashin is climbing to fifth place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Lian are nose to nose for fifth. Move for Life is pushing into 12th. Super Siggy and Schoolbus Restefti are nose to nose for 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained one spot and is now in 14th. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are also battling for 14th. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone, now in 21st place. Cobracle and Maya are nose to nose for third. Nergutsu is climbing steadily, now in 7th. Cobracle is climbing up to 3rd place. Naimu for Life is making a move to 12th. No for Life and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 10th. No for Life is currently in the 10th place, driving an Alpine, a 522. Looks like they're making a move from way back, but still have some ground to cover. Scuderia, Veloce, and Amy are neck and neck for the 14th place. KCAL, R and Famaka are trading positions for the 18th spot. Hingle McCringleberry's cars and McLaren MCL 36, currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably fighting for better positions but not quite there yet. School Bus Rostefi is now in 8th place, closing in on the top 7. Amy has moved up to 13th, still a bit behind but making progress. Amy is driving a Haas VF22. They are currently in the 13th place and have a fastest lap time of 1:36.135. Looks like a steady race, but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. KCAR is driving an AlphaTauri, a T03. They're currently in the middle of the pack, quite a bit behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is the slowest among the AlphaTauri drivers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Notes has just overtaken Super Siggy and is now in 11th place. They are still close, so expect some more action soon. The F1 2022 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track at Istanbul Park, with its mix of high-speed corners and technical sections, is favoring those with better handling and stability. Leda Shibi's leading shows consistency, while overtakes are happening in the twisty parts. The track's complexity is definitely shaking up the order a bit. Famaka is driving a McLaren MCL 36 and is currently in 19th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader, so they're holding a decent pace but still a few spots behind. Cobracle is holding off Red Panda Man 94 in a close fight for second place. Nuts and New for Life are still locked in a tight duel for 10th. Scuderia Veloce just moved up one spot to 14. Congratulations, Lisa Shibi. You really showed them how it's done. Looks like the victory was written in the stars for you today. Wow, these Ashabi really took the checkered flag. Huge congratulations to you. You definitely earned that victory today. And for New for Life, great job on piling up those overtakes. You've earned yourself a shiny new ride, the 2022 Alpine, a 522, from F1 2022. Hope you're ready to take it for a spin. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Termas de Rio Hondo has lots of twists and turns, so a car that can stay glued to the road and navigate corners quickly is key. Top speed matters too. But if the car can't handle the curves smoothly, it won't make a difference. So, a balanced setup with sharp steering response and good cornering grip would be my top priorities. Oh wow, a Ferrari versus a Porsche at Termas de Rio Hondo. This is like choosing between a spicy salsa and a smooth whiskey. The Ferrari 488 GTE is known for its aggressive speed and sharp handling, which could give it a strong edge on this track. But then again, the Porsche 911 RSR is a master of balance and control, especially around those tight corners. It's a tough call, but if I had to pick, I'd say the Ferrari might just edge out slightly ahead with its raw power. Though don't count out the Porsche, it could surprise us with its precision. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Termas de Rio Hondo with Scuderia Veloce leading the pack in a classic 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GT. Looks like they've got a decent start, but let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Wow! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win. They really showed off their racing skills today. Hingelman Kringleberry, you've got the fastest lap. So you're claiming that sleek 2018 Ferrari 488 GT. Nice job pushing the limits there. New for life, you were the top player in the bet race. So a shiny 2017 Porsche 911 RSR is all yours. Well played. And nuts, with the most overtakes you get the very same Porsche 911 SR. Looks like you're just as aggressive as you are sneaky. Great effort from all of you. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't make me choose for you, because you know I would. Hey Nibis, so glad you could join us again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening, so settle in and enjoy the show. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodrome Los with no chicane. Leading the pack in the Can-Am class is Leon Yashin, starting on pole in a classic 1970 Ferrari 712. Looks like vintage power is in the front today. congratulations to Li Yashin on winning the race at Autodrome, most without the chicane. Clearly, a master of the smooth and the swift. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1972 Ford Torino. It's a bit newer than the others, which might give it a slight edge in terms of technology and aerodynamics, even if it's still pretty much a muscle car from the early 70s. The other classics are definitely contenders for their rugged charm, but on a circuit like Brno with twists and turns, I think the more modern Torino might handle the best. Then again, don't count out the Dodge Charger for its raw power. It could surprise us all, especially if it gets the right line through those corners. Hey Deplorably Apple, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here again. Ready to see some speedy AI cars race around? Well, both these cars are classics, but the Ford Torino has a bit of a reputation for being a little more aggressive on the track. The Mercury Cyclone is no slouch either, especially in a race like this. It's a close call, but I'd say a Land 656 in the Torino might have a slight edge. Still, you never know with AI. They could surprise us and make the race more interesting than expected. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Brno with Archer 192 on pole, in a classic 1972 Ford Torino. Looks like a nostalgic showdown with that vintage NASCAR 1970 class. Let's see if that old school muscle can hold a lead. Starting grid is set. Archer 192 is leading the pack, followed by Li Yashin in second and Elan 656 in third. Looks like Archeron 192 is trying to hold on to that front spot early on. Sudaria Veloz is charging forward now in 4th place. Deplorably Apple is climbing fast, now in 13th. Alan 656 has inched up to 2nd. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 2nd place. She's closing in on Archeroin 192, who's holding the top spot. Down Tarquist and Pippi Langstrup are neck and neck for 9th place. Alan 656 is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Pippi Langstrom and DJ Lone Wolf are still neck and neck for 8th place. Amy has climbed to 11th, making a nice little push. Ingle McCringleberry and Move for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrup and Nuts are also battling it out for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Move for Life and Hingle are still nose-to-nose fighting for that spot. Pippi Langstrup and Nuts are locked in a close duel for 7th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 7th place. She's now right behind New for Life, who is holding 6th. DeLone Wolf and Nuts are battling for 8th place. Looks like a close fight. Mafia Mavi and DJ Lone Wolf are neck and neck for 9th place. Maya and Nulavi are trading positions for 17th. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Down Tarquist is climbing up to 10th. Mobius and Illicitone I-95 are neck and neck for 15th. Dion Wolf just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Dion Wolf and Mew Full Life are nose to tail for 7th. Deplorably Apple and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12th. Down to Quest and Nuts are neck and neck for 9th place. Deplorable Apple is sneaking into the top 12, climbing 1 spot. Joan Wolf is now in 7th place, inching closer to the top. New for Life and D. Joan Wolf are nose-to-nose for 7th. Down Toquest advances to 9th, closing in on the pack. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. The race for 15th is heating up between Maya and Mobius. Starbix is climbing 1 spot to 20, and is in a close fight with Nulavi for 19th. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Lane Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya and the Amobias are battling it out for 15th. Expect some fireworks soon. Leon Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 3rd place. Deplorable Apple is inching up to 11. Newts and Deplorable Apple are locked in a close fight for 11. Deplorable Apple and Mafia Mavi are neck and neck for 10th place. Yamobius and Maya are trading paint for 15th. Nulavi is climbing up to 20th, probably looking for a better view. Deplorable Apple is driving a 1972 Ford Torino and is currently in the 10th place. Their fastest lap is 27.791. So they're holding steady but not quite quick enough to climb higher. Mafia Mavi just sneaked into the 10th place. Deplorably Apple and Mafia Mavi are nose to nose for that spot. Eliciton 1095 is chipping away at Iamobius, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow! Archer 192 really took the checkered flag. Congrats on the win, champion! Wow! Congratulations to Archer 192 for winning the race. That was a spectacular showcase of skill and speed. Well done! And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a classic 1971 Ford Torino from NASCAR 1970. That's a pretty sweet ride to claim. Deplorably Apple, you also did an amazing job by overtaking the most cars out there. You're getting yourself a 1972 Ford Torino from NASCAR 1970. That's some serious overtaking prowess right there. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Atlanta Motorsports Park is known for its tight corners and technical sections, so a car that can stay nimble and respond quickly to sharp turns would have the edge. Power is nice, but if the car can't stick to the road and navigate the twists smoothly, all that extra speed won't matter much. A balance of good grip and responsive steering is the secret sauce here. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking down, so make your choice quick. Don't let your favorite slip away. Get those picks in before it's too late. Welcome back, Rafael. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Sit tight and enjoy the race. Alright. We've got U20 place and a classic Aston Martin Lagonda. That's a vintage beauty, but let's be honest, it's more about style than speed. On the other hand, I'm in a Lancia Delta S4 Stradale. That car is known for rallying skills and agility, even if it's a bit of an underdog compared to the Lagonda's luxury vibe. Given the track at Atlanta Motorsports Park with its twists and turns, I'd say my rally-inspired Delta might have the edge for quick maneuvering. U20 plays Lagonda might look elegant, but I doubt it's winning any drag races today. So I'd put my money on myself to take the win. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing. Alright, everyone, we're kicking off at Atlanta Motorsports Park with the 1980s Slow Cars class. Leading the pack in pole position is Vagrant Tencherter, driving a classic 1978 Saab 99 Turbo.ST. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the newer speedsters. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Vagrant Tencherter in second and Hippie Langstrumpf in third. Looks like a tight start already. Hippie Langstrumpf is climbing up to second place. Ottavio Torres just overtook one car to grab third. Vagrant Tencherter and Ottavio Torres are nose to tail for third place. Looks like a battle for the podium. U20 plays is now in 6th place, climbing one spot. Quiz 44 and U20 plays are still neck and neck for 6th. Lemon Cult Games has moved up to 9th place, climbing one spot. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 6th place. U20 plays and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for that position. IRFA is advancing to 9th place. It20 plays is climbing fast into 5th place. Lemon Cult Games is sneaking into 9th. Dishonored Fox is inching into 12th. Hippie Langstrumpf is now in 1st place. Amy and Pippi are still battling for the lead. Lian Yashin has moved up to 12th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. U20 plays is closing in on the top 3. 192 Gex is making a quiet climb to the middle of the pack. Quiz 44 is climbing up one spot to take 6th place. Gliding Penguin and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for 6th. Dishonored Fox and Lian Yashin are locked in a close fight for 12th. U20 plays is closing in on Ottavio Torres, cutting the gap by 1 second. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 11th place. 192 Gex is making moves up to 13th place. IRFA and Lemon Cult Games are nose to tail for 9th place. 192 Gex is inching up to 12. Tranquility is climbing to 18. IRFA is climbing one spot to 9th place. Okinabaka also moving up one spot to 18th place. Tranquility and Okinabaka are nose to tail for 18th. Hippie Langstrom is holding on to the lead with Amy right behind. Dre 192X just gained a spot and is now 11th. Dre 192X and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 10th place. Ira Fail is climbing one spot to take 8th place. Maya and A.I. Raphael are nose to nose for 8th. Hingle McCringleberry and Lian Yashin are neck and neck for 12th. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing steadily. Nukes is closing in on 13 with a tight battle against Dishonored Fox. The race is heating up at the back. Drevo92X is climbing nicely into the top 10. Newts and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for 14th place. Looks like a close fight there. Maya just overtook Gliding Penguin and is now in 7th place. Gliding Penguin is trying to fight back, but Maya is holding the inside line. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 10th place, closing the gap. A. Raphael is climbing up to 8th place. Lian Yashin is chipping away at Gliding Penguin's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Nick Zeromaval is also on the hunt, narrowing the distance to Queen Manda by a second. Lemon Cult Games is driving a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant 4-4. They're currently in the middle of the pack in 9th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute 49 seconds. Looks like a steady, but not spectacular race so far. A. Raphael just gained 1 spot to take 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry climbed 2 spots to reach 11th. Hingle and Lian Yoshin are nose to nose for 10th place. Queen Manda and Nexiramovo are still neck and neck for the 17th spot. Official Class Alive is closing in on Queen Manda, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Okinabaka just gained 1 position and is now in 20th place. U20 Plays and Otter Lartorius are nose to nose for 3rd place. Aya Fail is inching up to 6th. Maya is closing in on Quiz 44, cutting the gap by over a second. Wow, Amy. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest around. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy taking the win again? Congratulations, you really know how to steer your way to the top. Great job leading the pack. And Raphael? You crushed it with the most overtakes. You've earned yourselves a classic 1982 Lancia 037 Stradale. Nice touch of vintage flair for your collection. Well deserved all around. A fun fact about the 2008 Volvo C30T5 is that it's like a Scandinavian Ninja. Compact and sleek, but with a surprisingly powerful punch under the hood, thanks to its turbocharged 5-cylinder engine. It's the kind of car that looks all stylish and reserved on the outside, but can surprise you with its speed when you hit the gas. Quite the little sleeper. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final choices or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on seeing which AI car is going to dominate the race. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we've got Lithocarp in a classic 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. That car has style and history, but it's definitely not the fastest on the track today. On the other side, Bobardo is racing a 26 Vauxhall Astra VXR, which is more modern and likely a bit more aerodynamic and nimble. Given how much car choice matters, especially in racing games or AI races, I'd probably put my money on Bobardo. But hey, you never know with classic muscle cars. They have a charm of their own that can surprise us. It's going to be a close one, but my guess is we'll see Bobardo take the win just based on the tech and design advantages. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Albi, and leading the pack is Lian Yashin in a 1998 Toyota Chaser. She's starting in the front, so let's see if she can hold on to that spot, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Lian Yashin has shot to the front, holding the lead. Bobardo is right behind in second place, giving chase. Lithocarp is currently in third, trying to keep up with the top two. Shotskis and Amy are nose to tail for fourth place. Wanga Tank 7272 is inching up to take sixth. It's Bumblebee and Wanga Tank 7272 are battling hard for sixth. Its Bumblebee is charging up to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Newts is also making moves, climbing 3 spots to 10. Amy and its Bumblebee are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth. Its Bumblebee and Lithocarp are nose-to-tail for third place. Newts just gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Shotskis and Nuts are swapping paint for 8th. Its Bumblebee is now in third place. Amy has moved into fourth. Newts has climbed to seventh. The race is heating up. Marcus is driving a 2003 Infiniti G35. A solid choice for balance and handling. They're currently in the 11th spot, so they're not exactly charging forward but not falling behind either. Looks like a steady race for Marcus so far. Its Bumblebee is closing in on Bobardo, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Nuts is climbing one spot to take 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also moving up one spot to 8th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Wanga 107-272 are locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Its Bumblebee is now in 2nd place. Newts is cutting down the gap to Lithocarp by almost 2 seconds. Nuverlife is climbing up to 11th place. Its Bumblebee takes the lead, now in 1st place. Newts is closing in on Lithocarp and has cut the gap by 240 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf moves up to 7th place. Bobardo is climbing to 2nd place. Amy is narrowing the gap to Lane Yashin by 2.5 seconds. Nuts is catching up to Lithocarp by 1.40 seconds. Newts is really eager today, closing in on Lithocarp by over a second. Scuderia Velocia is inching closer to Maya as well, both chasing hard. Deluxe Combo just sneaked up one spot into 14th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Nuts, fast enough to make it interesting. Marcus just overtook someone to sit in 8th place. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 10th. Nuts just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Lithocarp and Nuts are nose to nose for 5th. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in fast on Lithocarp, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Nuts is really closing in on Amy, now just a second behind. Pippi Langstrumpf has climbed to 6th place. Life has moved up to 11th. Newts is really closing the gap on Amy, now just a second behind. Marcus is hot on Lithocarp's tail, also closing in by a second. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 12, making moves through the pack. Newts is gaining on Amy at a decent clip, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Marcus is also making moves on Lithocarp, chipping away at 2 seconds. Lian Yashin is driving a 1998 Toyota Chaser, a classic Japanese sedan known for its balance and reliability. She started in the 1st position and is currently in 3rd, holding her ground well. Looks like she's maintaining a steady pace, but not quite enough to challenge the leaders. Nuts is hot on Amy's tail now, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Maricus is gaining on Lithocarp steadily, inching closer by 1.5 seconds. Nufferlife is creeping up on me, closing the distance by a little over a second. Things are heating up in the midfield. Hey, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to watch some ridiculously speedy cars race around the track. Buckle up. It's about to get exciting. Wow. It's Bumblebee. You really showed everyone how it's done. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to its Bumblebee for taking the checkered flag. That was an impressive race move. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Nuts, you did the most overtakes. Nicely done. You get to take home a 2013 Ford Focus ST. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Great job everyone, and stay tuned for the next race. Sure. Did you know the 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C206 was originally built as a lightweight racing version? It was basically the race car of its time with only 199 units made, making it a pretty rare gem today. It could hit speeds over 170 miles per hour and was designed to dominate the tracks, proving that even in 1963, Chevrolet knew how to make a car that could really turn heads on the racing circuit. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your choices quick or you might end up with a car nobody wants. No pressure, just the fate of your virtual race on the line. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Ferrari 250 GTO is like the royal flush of vintage cars, known for its elegance and racing pedigree, while the Corvette C206 is a bold American muscle car with impressive speed and character. Honestly, the Ferrari might have the edge in finesse and handling, especially on a winding track like Dijon-Prenois, but the Corvette's raw power could shake things up. It's a toss-up, but I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for that classic racing finesse. Either way, this race is going to be entertaining. Let's see how these beauties perform. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Dijon-Prenois. And look who's on pole. Nuts in a classic 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z06. This beauty from the 60s is about to show these young whippersnappers how it's done. Stay tuned. Nuts has shot off the line into the lead. Lian Yashin is holding strong in second place. Platigami is sitting comfortably in third, but don't blink or they might be overtaken. Lian Yashin has just snatched the lead, climbing to first place. Platigami and Nuts are nose to nose for second. Maya and Reineki are locked in a close fight for seventh. Platigami is now in second place. Aussie Duato 10 and 2 has climbed to third. Nouveau for Life is in fifth. Looks like everyone's on the move. Platigami is now in first place. Aussie Twutown 2 has moved into second. Nuts is climbing into third. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Looks like Amy just gained a spot and is now battling for 16th place with Pippi Langstrom. Things are heating up in that tight duel. Nouveau for Life just overtook Nuts for third place. Looks like the battle for third is heating up. Asinone is climbing to 12th, making some progress. Lian Yashin is closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap by over a second. Iara Spicia is climbing up to 8th place. Ingun Kringleberry is moving into 10th, making a little progress. Amy's driving a vintage Chevrolet Corvette Z2Z06 from 1963. She's currently in the middle of the pack in 16th place, and her fastest lap time is still a mystery. Looks like she's just cruising along for now. Domnitz on 3 is climbing one spot to 11th place. Everlasting Apex is also moving up one spot to 14th place. Reineki is driving a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z06 G6. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Nouveau Life is closing in on Aussie 22, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are nose to tail for second place. Akanonas gained one position and is now in 12th. Lian Yashin is dropping back to 17th place. Nouveau for Life just gained one spot and is now in second. Ozzy Dwiru, Tunted 2, and Nouveau for Life are nose to tail fighting for that second place. Lian Yashin is on a roll, climbing 14 spots to third place. Aussie Tutona 2 has moved up one position to second. The fight for first is heating up with Aussie 2002 and Platigami nose to nose. Lady Gami and Lian Yashin are locked in a fierce fight for first place. Maya is closing in on Nuts, chipping away at the gap by a second. 1. Hinglum Kringleberry is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. Lady Gami takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Aussie Turbotanton 2 is right behind, climbing up to 2nd place. Move for Life is making a move into 3rd. Looks like a close battle at the front. Lian Yashin is closing in on Amy Fast, just 5.6 seconds behind now. New for Life has climbed 1 spot to 2nd place. I am moving up 1 spot to 4th place. Wow, Platigami took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Platigami really took the checkered flag. Congrats on the win. You must be feeling pretty good right now. And a big shout out to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap. You can claim that classic 1966 Shelby GT 350. Quite the vintage ride to add to your collection. Well, fun fact here is that despite being labeled as slow, these modern slow cars often surprise everyone with their impressive handling and surprisingly tight racing. It's like watching a snail run a marathon, but with more style and less speed. Sometimes the real thrill is in the precision and the tactics rather than just the speed. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up, so make your last picks now. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI car takes the lead. Hurry up and get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Bacorn in a Lexus GS 300 from the year 2000, which might be a little on the older side, but still has some decent power under the hood. On the other side, Hingle McCringleberry is piloting a Smart for 2 from 2008, which is known more for city commuting than racing prowess. Honestly, I think Bacorn has the edge here. The Lexus, with its bigger engine and more traditional car design, should be able to handle the twists and turns of Hidden Valley rates way better than a tiny Smart. Plus, I don't see the little car holding up well in a race like this where speed and stability matter. So, if I had to make a call, I'm putting my chips on Bacorn to take this one. But hey, anything can happen with AI drivers, right? Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Hidden Valley Raceway, and leading the pack is the Celestial Inari in a 1999 Mitsubishi. OGP classic choice. Let's see if that old school charm can hold the lead. Celestial Inari has taken an early lead, followed closely by Equinox 2 and Scuderia Veloce. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Scuderia Veloce is now in second place. Celestial Inari and Scuderia Veloce are still nose-to-nose for the top spot. Lian Yashin has climbed to fourth. Equinox 2 just overtook someone to climb into second place. Scuderia Veloce and Equinox 2 are nose to tail, no room for error. Pippi Langstrom and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for sixth. Looks like a game of chicken. Scuderia Veloce is now in second place, closing in on the leader. New for Life has climbed to fifth, making a steady push. Blaming Buddha has moved up to eighth, still in the game. Newts is driving a 2007 Toyota Yaris, which is not exactly a speed demon. Looks like their race is more about survival than winning with that tiny car. Lian Yashin is closing in on Equinox 12, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrom has moved up one spot to take fifth place. No for Life and Pippi Langstrump are locked in a tight battle for 5th place. No for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Blaming Buddha is now in 7th. And Maya is climbing to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. The modern streetcars are holding tight, but the slower cars seem to be struggling with the track layout. No big surprises yet. Amy's Honda Civic Type R is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Looks like she's trying to find a gap for an overtake, but hasn't quite made it yet. Newts is driving a 2007 Toyota Yaris, which is known for its agility but not for speed. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Maya is now in 9th place, closing in on Muragatsu. They're neck and neck. This is getting interesting. The track's tight corners seem to favor the quick and nimble cars, helping the front runners maintain their positions while making overtakes tricky for the larger or less agile cars. Scuderia Veloz is clearly pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's got a tough opponent in Celestial Inari leading comfortably. Neverlife is currently in 6th place with a Volkswagen Golf GTI from 2010. Their fastest lap is just under 1:30. The race looks tight with a lot of close competition. Scuderia Veloz is pushing hard, but Celestial Inari is holding the lead comfortably. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead. Blaming Buddha just overtook someone to take 6th place. Baycorn is now in 8th after climbing 1 spot. Amy is closing the gap on Muragatsu, cutting it down by a 1.5 seconds. Deplorably Apple is gaining on Amy with a steady push. Nuts is closing the gap on Deplorable Apple faster than a caffeine boost. Scuderia Veloz is driving a 2007 Volkswagen Golf GTIe. They started in 4th and are currently in 2nd, just behind Celestial Inari. Looks like they're making a move but still chasing that top spot. Nitz is driving a 2007 Toyota Yaris, which is known for being lightweight and nimble. Looks like their race is not going well, sitting in the last place and a long way behind the leaders. Wow, Celestial Inari, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on your win at Hidden Valley Raceway. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations to Celestial Inari for taking the win. Way to dominate that race. You really showed those cars who's boss. And a big shout out to Scuderia Veloz for hitting the fastest lap. A 2007 Volkswagen Golf GTI is a pretty sweet ride to claim. Azumaya, you did an excellent job with the most overtakes. That's some serious car maneuvering. You've earned yourself a 1998 Mitsubishi 3000 GTV R4. Nice work out there. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. Don't miss out on the fun. Oh wow, what a throwback race this is going to be! On one side we have Pippi Langstrumpf driving a classic Shadow DN5 from 1975, and on the other, iconic Odd with a Surtees TS16 from the same era. It's like a vintage showdown. Both cars are nearly 50 years old, so it's a battle of the best of the old school. Now, the Shadow DN5 was known for its sleek design and racing pedigree, but it sometimes struggled with reliability. The Surtees TS16, on the other hand, had a reputation for being a bit more balanced and agile. So if the race is about finesse and staying out of trouble, I'd probably lean toward the Surtees. But if Pippi Langstrumpf is feeling adventurous and the Shadow pulls an ace out of its sleeve, it could surprise us all. Honestly, I think it's a toss-up. It'll come down to the eyes driving finesse, but I'd say watch out for the Surtees. It's got a slightly better shot at the victory. Alright, everyone. The race begins at Automotordrome Grobnik. Baykarn is starting on pole in a classic 1975 Lotus 72E. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lead. Baykarn is leading the race, followed closely by Mover for Life. In second place, Leung is currently in third, trying to keep up. Cobber is making a strong push up to 8th place. Cap Holster is also climbing, now in 13th. Numu for Life and Baykarn are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Nuts is climbing up to 5th place. Cobber just moved up to 7th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Cobber are nose to nose for 7th. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Nuts are neck and neck for 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 7th. Scuderia Veloce has moved into 14th. Leung is driving a Ferrari 312it, a classic and iconic car from 1975. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Iconic Odd is making a bold move, and now sitting in 5th place. Senar Savage is right behind, also climbing up 4 spots to 6th. Lian Yeshin is not far behind, catching up fast to take 7th. The battle for the top is heating up. Notes. Is on a roll, moving up to 4th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 just slipped past 3 cars into 5th. Cover is storming through the field, overtaking 10 cars to sit in 6th. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Nuts are nose to tail for 4th place. Blue just gained a spot to 16th. I am inching up to 18th. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 17th. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing fast into 3rd place. Cover is also pushing up, now in 5th. Nuts and Cover are nose to nose for the 5th spot. Crystal 33 is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 10 Yua. Lil Sprout is right behind, also up 4 spots to 11. Globatsu is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13. Wow. Lium just took the win? Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Well done. Wow, Shoto Todoroki 39 really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations on taking the top spot in the race. That was some impressive driving there. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that momentum in the next race. Sure thing. The 1971 AMC Matador might not be the most famous muscle car, but it definitely has a reputation for being the underdog of the racing world. Fun fact is that it was originally designed to be a sporty, upscale car, but ended up as more of a rugged, no-nonsense vehicle. It's like the athletic underdog who surprises everyone with the unexpected win. Alright, this is a classic muscle car showdown on Mont Tremblant North Reverse. Takedo Kibre's got a Plymouth Roadrunner, which is known for its raw power and straight-line speed. On the other hand, Hikari Hamsam's Ford Torino is also a muscle car favorite, with a reputation for handling and a bit more agility around tight corners. Considering the track is a mix of fast straights and tricky turns, I'd say it might come down to how well the cars handle the twists. The Plymouth is a bit of a brute force kind of car, so if Takedo Kibre can capitalize on the straightaways, they might edge out. But the Torino's got some handling finesse that could give Hikari Hamsam an advantage in the corners. If I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards the Plymouth for a potential burst of speed, but don't count out the Torino for that sneaky, nimble edge. Let's see how they perform. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Mont Tremblant North Reverse, and Nuts is leading the pack in his classic 1972 Ford Torino. He's starting at the front, so let's see if he can hold that position or if the other cars will catch up. Newts is taking an early lead, Vargalas Vey is right behind in second, and Pippi Langstrup is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Ease Ragnaroks is now in fifth. Ninzero Starks has gained 2 spots and is in seventh. Pippi Langstrup is now in third place, climbing 1 spot. Nirgutsu has moved into 9th place, also up 1 spot. Nation Man is in 13th position, advancing 1 spot as well. Connor Malady is now in 7th place. Mirgudzu has climbed to 8th. Lian Yeshin is closing in on the top 10, now in 10th. Maya is now in 5th place, closing in on the leaders. Amy has climbed to 10th. Still a bit behind, but making progress. New for Life is driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. They are currently in 18th place, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle. New for Life is driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Looks like they're stuck in the back with the rest of the Monte Carlo crew. Not much action happening for them so far. Maya is in 5th place with a Plymouth Roadrunner. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Akinona just overtook New for Life to move into the top 20. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that 18th spot. Vargala Svet and Nuts are nose to tail for the lead. Taknisti and Leon Yashin are locked in a close fight for 11th. Ikoriamzam just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Vargala Svet is in 2nd place, driving a 1971 Ford Torino Touareg. Their fastest lap is just slightly slower than the leader, so they're hanging in there. Looks like a tight race at the front. Ingle McCringleberry's car is an AMC Matador. He's currently in 4th place and has a fastest lap of 1:15.816, just behind the top 3. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Nuffer Life is in 18th place with a time of 1:21.316 total. Their Chevrolet Monte Carlo looks steady, but not quite fast enough to climb higher. The tight turns and elevation changes at Mont Tremblant are favoring those with quick reflexes and good handling cars. The top drivers are staying close, but overtakes will depend on precision and timing. The tight turns and reverse layout are making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is key. Fast laps are crucial here to gain positions. Hikori Hamsam is driving a 1971 Ford Torino and is currently in 17th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:17.042, which is decent but not quite enough to catch the leaders. Looks like a steady run with room to improve. Wow! Nuts just took the victory. Guess they really cracked the competition. Congratulations! Wow! Nuts really took the crown today. Huge congratulations to them for that victory. Now, as for the drivers who can claim a car, Leon Yashin, you did an amazing job grabbing the fastest lap. You're now in the running to claim that classic 1972 Ford Torino from the NASCAR 1970 era. Time. Keep those engines roaring. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. The twisting, technical sections and sharp turns at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Retro really test how well a car can stick to the road and navigate tight curves. While straight line speed is always nice, being able to smoothly carve through the corners will make all the difference here. Acceleration and braking are important too, but ultimately, agility and control are what will help a car dominate this race. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car. Time's running out, so make your choice before the race starts. Don't miss your chance to cheer for the top contenders, or maybe just watch the chaos unfold. Get those picks in. Alright, so we've got Sputnik NZ and a classic Peugeot 106 Rally. Stu, and Pippi Langstrumpf in a 1990 Lotus Carlton. Personally, I'd say the Lotus Carlton is probably going to have the edge here. It's a bit more sophisticated and faster in a straight line, especially on a track like Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Retro. But don't count out the Peugeot just yet. It's nimble and lightweight, so it could use its agility to dodge the faster but bulkier Lotus. Honestly, I'm leaning towards the Lotus Carlton taking the win here. But don't be surprised if the Peugeot surprises us by weaving through and causing a little chaos. It's all about how these AI drivers handle the twists and turns. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Retro track. Leading the pack at the moment is Sputnik NZ in a 1996 Peugeot 106 Rally S2. Let's see if that small French rally legend can hold on to that pole position. Sputnik NZ is leading the race. Pippi Langstrumpf is in second place, and Skix's Beaupré is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in first place. Buckyboard has moved up to fourth. Buckyboard and Skix's Beaupré are nose to nose for third. Lian Yashin has just overtaken two cars to climb to fourth place. Buckyboard and Lian Yashin are nose-to-tail fighting for that fourth spot. Apex Milkbag and Nuts are locked in a close duel for sixth. Lian Yashin is climbing to third place. Buckyboard and Skix's Beaupré are locked in a close fight for fourth. Apex Milkbag is advancing to sixth. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to fifth place. Buckyboard and Apex Milkbag are neck and neck for fifth. Autoliatorias and Dudesmokia Blunt are locked in a close fight for 11th. Nuts and Sikopol are nose to tail for 8th place. Maya just gained one spot, now in 14. Yaksin Dabox and Maya are locked in a close fight for the same position. Apex Milkbag and Skix's Beaupré are nose to nose for 4th place. Agreed's 34 is climbing to 9th. Dude's Mocha Blunt is inching into 10th. Lien Yesin has just overtaken Pippi Langstrom to take the lead. Pippi is not giving up easily though. They are still neck and neck. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to 4th place, inching closer to the top. Pippi Langstrom just overtook for the lead. Apex Milkbag is now in 3rd. Amy has climbed to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Skeksis Boil Prey is climbing up to 6th place. Oteliatorias and Nuts are nose to tail for 13th. Aminsan and Scuderia Veloz are locked in a close fight for 16th. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Dude Smokey Blunt is right behind in 10th, and they're battling hard for that position. Amy has advanced to 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing to 9th place. Yaxinda Box is making a move to 13th. Chubby Boy RJ and Aminsan are locked in a close fight for 17th. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race in a 1990 Lotus Carlton. They started in 2nd and are holding on to the top spot with the fastest lap time of 99.99.9. Looks like they're enjoying a comfortable lead so far. Oteliatorias is climbing up to 14th place. Chubby Boy RJ and Scuderia Veloz are nose to nose for 16. Deplorable and Amundsen are fighting hard for 18. Zikapal just overtook someone to take 6th place. Skeksis Beaupre and Zikapal are still nose to nose for 6th. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Dude Smokey Blunt is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Zikapal is inching up to 5th. Ingle McCringleberry is also making progress, now in 7th. Amy is right behind Apex Milkbag now, just a second apart. Amy and Apex Milkbag are battling hard for 3rd place. Ingle McCringleberry has gained 1 position and is now in 7th. Dude Smokey Blunt just sneaking into the top 8. Looks like a Grits 34 and Nuts are climbing the ladder too, inching closer to the front. Aminsan just nudged into the top 20. Deplorably, Aminsan are nose to nose for that 18th spot. Pippi Langstrom is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Wow, Pippi Langstrom, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like your playful spirit is unstoppable on the track. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrup really took it all the way to the finish line. Congrats on winning the race. You worked those AI cars like a pro. And great job to Hingle McCringleberry for the most overtakes. You both have earned yourselves a classic car to add to your collection. Pippi, you also nabbed the fastest lap, so you get the legendary 1990 Lotus Carlton. Talk about a day to remember. Well done, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Nürburgring GT Short is all about tight, technical turns and quick changes of direction. A car that can stick to the road and carve through the corners without losing speed will have the upper hand. While raw power is nice, agility and stability are what will really shine here. So, a balanced setup with good grip and precise steering would be my top priorities. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. You better make your choice quick before all the good cars are snapped up. Don't want to miss out on the race of the century, do you? Get those picks in. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Titus 61. With that classic 1966. Lotus Cortina sounds like he's got some agile tricks up his sleeve. But then again, Hingle McCringleberry with the 1935 Bugatti Type 57. Airlight is not just vintage. It's a piece of racing history. While the Lotus might be more nimble and quicker around tight corners, the Bugatti has that old-school charm, and possibly more power in a straight sprint. I'd say the race is honestly a toss-up, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Bugatti because of its impressive engineering for its time. Either way, this is going to be one stylish race, and I can't wait to see which one crosses the finish line first. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second and Lean Yashin holding strong in third. Hippie Langstrup is on fire, climbing 4 spots to take 4th place. Spikles is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 10th. Lian Yashin is having a rough time, dropping 12 positions to 15. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Frankenbalz is also moving up to 11th. Navling and Frankenbalz are nose to nose for 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Ablaze and Hingle are locked in a close fight for 6th. Scuderia Veloce and Ablaze are also battling fiercely for 7th. Ablaze is climbing to 6th place. Anarchy 6 is now in 8th. TT61 has moved up to 12th. Spikles is making a move, and is now in 9th place. Scuderia Veloce is right behind, so this battle for 9th is getting interesting. The vintage street cars are holding their own on this tight Nürburgring layout. But the mix of classic models means the race is more about driver skill than raw speed. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Ablaze and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th. Frankenbalz and Spikebulls are neck and neck fighting for 10th. Spikles and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 9th place. Lian Yashin is chipping away at Orange Funk's lead, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Spikles is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Orange Funk fast, cutting the gap by almost 6 seconds. Cobber has surged ahead, now leading the race in 1st place. Maya is dropping back to the 13th place. Lian Yashin is closing in fast on Orange Funk with the gap shrinking by 8 seconds. Pippi Langstrup has just overtaken someone to take the lead. Cobber is driving in 1964. Austin Healy, 3000 Markham E and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like he's holding steady just behind the leader, with a close gap and a fastest lap of 2 minutes 43 seconds. The race seems tight at the top. Lian Yashin is closing in fast on Maya, now just 6 seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Woo for Life by 1.5 seconds. Anarchy 6 has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on New for Life, chipping away at the gap by 2.2 seconds. Ablaze has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Anarchy 6 and Ablaze are locked in a tight battle for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to nose for 4th place. Anarchy 6 is climbing up to 7th. Frankenbouts is also on the move, grabbing 8. Congratulations, Maya. Looks like all those laps paid off. Guess the competition better step up their game. Wow, congratulations to Pippi Langstrom. You really showed them how it's done with those daring overtakes. I guess being the queen of overtaking pays off. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. That Corvette cone is a classic. Just like your speed. King on the Kringleberry, you won the bet race, so you get the legendary 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aerolite. That car's got some serious vintage style. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see which of these beauties you all claim next time. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choices quickly if you want your favorite car to have a shot at glory. Don't let indecision hold you back now. Alright folks, this is quite the throwback versus the flashy Italian. The Mercury Cougar XR7 from 1990 has that vintage charm, but I'm not sure how well it's going to handle today's race compared to the sleek, aggressive Lamborghini Diablo GR. It's like bringing a classic rock band to a modern pop concert. Ingo and the Kringleberry's Lamborghini is probably going to dominate the corners with its aerodynamic shape and modern power. But that old Mercury could surprise us with some stubborn perseverance. Still, if I had to pick a favorite based on car and driver combo, I'd say the Diablo GR has a pretty serious edge. Let's see if the vintage charm can defy the odds, or if it's just going to be a pretty background story to a Lamborghini victory. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Road America, and leading the pack is Lian Yashin in the GTO class, driving a classic 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra CCA. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to it, or if the others have a trick or two up their sleeves. Lian Yashin has taken an early lead, followed closely by Scuderia Veloce in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Leoyum is climbing to fourth place. Ixajax and Emerald Tick 398 are still neck and neck for fifth. Pippi Langstrom is advancing 2 spots to 8th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Everlasting Apex is making moves, now in 21st position after passing 3 cars. Zotsfired is also on the rise, now in 25th place with 3 overtakes under their belt. Ixajax and New for Life are nose to tail for 7th place. Hingala, McCringleberry and Maya are locked in a close fight for 10th. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Liam, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Appia is also moving up 1 spot to claim the 12th position. New for Life and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Yama Priest and Arlo Coast are locked in a close fight for 14th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. New for Life is climbing up to 6th. Maya is making her way to 9th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. New for Life is chipping away at Liam, now just over a second behind. Ixajax and Emerald Tick 398 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. New for Life is now in 5th place. Emerald Tick 398 is cutting down the distance to Liu by 1.4 seconds. Maya has climbed to 8th place. New for Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrom and closing the gap by over a second. Gigas Lady X3 is really closing in on Yama Priest, cutting nearly 2 seconds. Connor Mality just moved up 1 spot to 27. Shivikalai 704 and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 21st place. Daisy Shanes and Rinok T4 are locked in a close fight for 24th. Fish the Husky is climbing up 1 spot to 27. Scuderia Veloce takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya advances to 7th place, closing in on Emerald Tick 398. The battle for 7th is heating up, with both races pushing hard. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing up to 7th place. Apidope is now in 10th. Arlo Coast has moved into 13th. Maya and Emerald Tick 398 are neck and neck for 7th place. Ixajax and Maya are also fighting hard for 8th. Newts is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Arlo Coast are nose-to-nose for 13th. Yama Priest and Hingle McCringleberry are also locked in a close fight for 14th. Maya is closing in on Liam, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to take 13th place. Yama Priest has also moved up 1 spot to 14th. Congratulations to Lee and Yashin on winning the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the top spot. They really raced like they had a turbo boost turned on. And look at that! Scuderia Veloce also snagged the fastest lap. A 1984 Ferrari 288 XGT. Oh, is no joke, so they're definitely earning that prize. Hippie Langstrump, you crushed it with the most overtakes. That's some serious driving skills. You get to claim the 1995 Chevrolet Camaro IMSA, a true American muscle beast. Great job to all racers today. This was quite the show. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to make that crucial decision. Don't leave me hanging here with these AI racers all alone. Hurry up and choose your champion before it's too late. Alright folks, Basket and T is on pole in the F1 1976 class, zooming ahead in that vintage Ensign 176. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others will overtake like pros. Basket and Fee has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Grandelive is right behind in second and Nuts is in third. Looks like a close fight already. Spear Like Hail is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 19th place. Grandelive is climbing up to first place. Nuts is also advancing 1 spot to second. Maya is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Sunboard Boy and Maya are still neck and neck for that spot. Maladox ACF has climbed to 11th, making moves. Lian Yashin has gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Lian Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are closely contesting for 4th place. Popcorn Slayer and Uncle Tobin are neck and neck fighting for 6th place. Lian Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Popcorn Slayer just gained a spot to sit in 6th. Uncle Tobin and Popcorn Slayer are now nose to nose for 6th position. Maya is now in 6th place, closing the gap on Uncle Tobin. Scuderia Veloce is now in 3rd, looking comfortable. Uncle Tobin and Maya are nose to tail, no room for mistakes. Popcorn Slayer advances to 7th place. Pondon climbs to 13th. Pondon and Anaxagorax are nose to nose for 12th. Pondon and Anaxagorax are nose to tail for 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is inching forward, now in 21st, trying to make a move. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Basket and Fee and Lian are nose to nose fighting for that spot. Thomas Moran and I are locked in a close duel for 8th. Thomas Moran just gained 1 spot to take 8th place. Maldox Gift CF and Sunboard Boy are still nose to nose for 10th. Pondon is also climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Anaxagorax is climbing up to 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to tail for 19. Thomas Moran just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Maya also moved up 1 spot to 8th. Popcorn Slayer and Maya are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a close fight. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 5th place. Basket and Fee and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for 5th. Popcorn Slayer sneaking into 8th place. Thomas Moran has climbed 2 spots to take 5th place. Basket and Fee and Thomas Moran are nose to nose for 5th. Uncle Tobin and Basket and TV are locked in a close fight for 6th. Lian Yassin is chipping away at Scuderia Veloce's lead, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Uncle Tobin just climbed one spot to sit in 6th place. Amy is narrowing the distance to some board boy by 1.1 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Condon is in 13th place, driving a Parnelli VPJ4B. Their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Looks like they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. Thomas Moran is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up one spot to 7th place. Condon and Maldox FCFF are locked in a tight battle for 10th place. Thomas Moran is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by 1 second. Condon has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Maldox FCF and Condon are now locked in a fierce fight for 10th position. Thomas Moran is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by a full second. Popcorn Slayer and Uncle Tobin are locked in a fierce duel for 6th place. And Maya is climbing up to 8th, leaving someone in the dust. Wow, Crandalive, you really outpaced everyone else. Nice job winning the race. Sure thing. Did you know that in the retro slow cars racing class, some of these vintage beauties actually took years to develop and pack their engines with enough charm to keep up with the modern speedsters? It's like watching a nostalgic grandma try to win a drag race against a sports car. It might be slow, but it's full of character and history. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down and soon we'll be stuck with whichever car the AI has picked for us. Make your choices quick or you'll be watching some unexpected vehicles take the lead. Hey, Wayne Train on T4, great to see you back. Get ready for some high-speed action with these AI cars racing it out. Hope you enjoy the show. Well, this is quite the matchup. Amy in the 1996 Fiat Coupe Turbo sounds like she's got a decent shot, especially with that turbocharged engine giving her a little extra push. The Fiat is known for its sporty handling and a bit of a boost when needed. On the other hand, Defids with the 1992 Honda Civic Si is like the classic underdog. That Civic Si is lightweight, nimble, and reliable, but it might lack the raw power compared to the turbo Fiat. So, if Amy can harness that turbo power and handle the curves at Central well, she might just edge out the Civic. But if Defids can keep it tight and capitalize on the Civic's agility, he's not out of it. My gut says Amy's turbo might give her the edge today, but don't count out that Civic Si just yet. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Central International Circuit, and we've got Gliding Penguin leading the pack in the pole position. They're driving a classic 1983 Toyota, a E86, so let's see if that vintage charm can hold up. Gliding Penguin has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second place. Pierre Dope is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. No for Life just overtook Defids for fourth place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing fast, now in sixth after gaining 2 spots. The battle for fourth is heating up. Amy and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail at the front. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone to claim 5th. Your Instinct is climbing up to 9. Your Instinct and Nuts are fighting hard for 8th place. Amy just took the lead, climbing the first place in Move for Life. And Pierre Dope are nose to nose for third. Oakswolfie is closing in on Defids, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Move for Life and Pierre Dope are still neck and neck for third place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Wayne Train 4 is chipping away at Oakswolfie, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is climbing fast into third place. Maya is also making progress, now in 6th. The battle between Maya and Move for Life is heating up for 5th place. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Gliding Penguin, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Maya has climbed 2 spots, now in 4th place. Pierre Dope and Maya are nose to nose, fighting for that 4th spot. Gliding Penguin is holding onto the lead with Amy right behind. Pierre Dope and I are still neck and neck for 4th place, trading positions now and then. Wayne Train 4 and Defids are going wheel to wheel for 7th. No room for mistakes. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to second place. Maya is closing in on Gliding Penguin, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. The battle for third place is heating up between Maya and Gliding Penguin. Gliding Penguin is now just a second behind Pippi Langstrumpf and looks ready to make a move. The battle for second place is heating up with Gliding Penguin closing in fast. Nru for Life is gaining on Maya and might be looking to overtake soon. Maya just overtook someone to move into third place. Looks like she's on a roll. Scuderia Veloce has gained one spot, now sitting in 14th. That battle between Scuderia Veloce and Lemon Cult Games for 13th is heating up. Who's going to blink first? Now Vu for Life is now in 4th place. Wayne Trinity 4 has climbed to 6th. Your Instinct is in 7th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Amy and has closed the gap by 130 seconds. Apra Dope and Your Instinct are nose to nose for 7th place. Scuderia Veloce just moved up one spot to 12th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing to 5th place. Scuderia Veloce is chipping away at D's lead, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Maria Koblek is making a solid move up to 13. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1990 Nissan Pulsar GTI. They are currently in 2nd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Amy fast, just 1 second behind now. Your Instinct is really closing the gap on Gliding Penguin, less than a second separating them. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 14th place, making some moves. Maya is driving a 1990 Nissan Pulsar GTI and is currently in 3rd place. The car's fastest lap is 1 minute 56 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own but still chasing down the leaders. Your Instinct is climbing to 6th place. Maria Koblek has moved up to 12th. Cap Holster is gaining on Nuts, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf's Nissan Pulsar GTI is holding 2nd place and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard and staying competitive. Wow! Amy must have been practicing her speed. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. You played it perfectly and earned that victory. Well done! And a huge shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for snagging the fastest lap. That turbocharged Nissan Pulsar GTI is a classic, and you totally earned it. Maya, you really went for it with those overtakes. That's some serious racing spirit. The Nissan Pulsar GTI is all yours. Hope you enjoy the retro street car. Great job to everyone involved. Alright everyone, you better hurry if you want to choose the car for the race. Time's almost up, so get your picks in before the AI takes over and you're stuck watching whatever they decide. Let's see which car wins this time. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Road Course, with Lil Sprout on pole in a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the pack will catch up. Lil Sprout has taken an early lead, holding the first place. New for Life is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Hippie Langstrump is in third, not giving up just yet. Abomzi is racing a 2004 Audi A4, which is quite the vintage choice. They're currently in the last place, so it looks like the race isn't going their way today. Amy is in 5th place with a Lotus Evora GX GT4 from 2014. She's currently running a lap time of 1:15.727. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Abomzi's driving a 24 Audi A4, which is pretty old school for this race. They're currently in the last place, so it looks like the car's age might be showing with some struggles on the track. Wow, Lil Sprout really outpaced everyone and took the win. Guess they're the new speed demon on the block. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Lil Sprout on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And big shout out to New for Life for grabbing the fastest lap. Looks like they've earned themselves a shiny 2019 Ferrari 480 HG4 to add to their collection. Hinga Mikringleberry, congrats on winning the bet race. You've earned that 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4 file. I'd say you earned it with style. Great job everyone, this race is getting more exciting by the second. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's your chance because time is almost up. Don't make me have to choose for you. Because trust me, I wouldn't pick the slowest one on purpose. Well, maybe I would just for fun. Get your selections in before the countdown hits 0. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. Deplorably Apple with that vintage Ford Capri Zac speed, known for its rallying roots and raw power. And on the other side, we have New for Life in a 1978 Ferrari 512B BLM, sleek and potentially quicker on the straights. Honestly, I'd wager that the Ferrari might have the edge in overall speed and handling given its racing pedigree. But hey, the Ford Capri's got that nostalgic charm and maybe some surprise under the hood. It's a tough call, but I'd put my chips on New for Life, taking an early lead, maybe holding it if the Ferrari's handling is as good as it looks. But don't count out Deplorable Apple making a daring comeback. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Silverstone Vintage, and leading the pack is the Group 5 car called Frankenbolz. A 1981 Lancia Monte Carlo Turbo. That car's looking pretty confident up front, so let's see if it can hold on. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Frankenbolz in second place and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Looks like a tight start already. Nuts just overtook Prodigy Place 58 and is now in 12th place. They're nose to nose, so this could get interesting. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up to second place. Lian Yashin and Reiko Haruji are neck and neck for 9th. Newts and Mew for Life are locked in a close fight for 11th. Deplorably Apple advances to 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing the gap on me, cutting it down by over a second. Lian Yashin climbs to 9th place. Maya is closing in on Amy for 5th place. Deplorably Apple is holding firm but not for long. Prodigy plays 58 and Nuts are swapping positions every corner. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take 6th place. Nuts and Prodigy plays 58 are nose to nose for 12th. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow. Amy really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations on winning the race. Now, for those claiming some sweet rides, deplorably Apple, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to take home that classic 1979 Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX. Nice work! Inga McCringleberry with the most overtakes. You've earned that 1978 Grinwood Corvette GTX. Looks like everyone's leaving with a new set of keys today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Hurry up and make your pick before it's too late. Oh wow, what a classic showdown we have here. The Lotus Esprit GT, one from 1999, versus the Ferrari 288 XG from 1984. Both are iconic in their own right. The Lotus is known for its sharp handling and lightweight agility, perfect for Donington's twists and turns. Meanwhile, the Ferrari has that legendary 80s flair, and a reputation for raw power. If it's about raw speed and that vintage Ferrari roar, I'd say Pippi might have a slight edge. But if Exajax can exploit the Lotus nimbleness and push through the corners, we could see a surprise victory. Honestly, it's a coin flip, but I'll put my money on the Ferrari to edge out the win. Don't quote me yet though. This is racing drama at its finest. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Donington Park Vintage. Leading the pack is the Nuts class car, a 1989 4RS 200 MSA GT. Oh, definitely a blast from the past, leading the charge. Newts has shot off the line to take the lead, with Leon Yashin right behind in second. New for Life is holding strong in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Amy is dropping like a stone to 11th place. Dr. Felix is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 14. Scuderia Veloce is making moves, jumping 2 positions to secure the 4th spot. New for Life is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. Scuderia Veloce is chipping away at Leon Yashin's lead. Less than 2 seconds now. Maya has climbed to 5th, making a solid push forward. New for Life is gaining on Nuts quickly, closing the gap by over a second. Scuderia Veloce has moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Hingle, Kringleberry and Ixijax are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Dr. Felix is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Scuderia Veloce is closing in on New for Life, the gap shrinking fast. Maya is making moves, now in 4th place and gaining ground. Natrixco is climbing up to 10th place. Bacho Grande is narrowing the gap to La Croissant 1980 by nearly 2 seconds. Sir Prothry is making a move to 15th. Bacho Grande is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. A.P.R. Dope is also making moves up to 13th place. Same story with 3 overtakes. Nouveau Life is holding strong at the front, now in 1st place after just 1 move. Bato Grande is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Max Spirley is making a move to 9th. Apidope is also advancing, now in 10th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Sir Prothry has climbed to 12th place. Hingle, McCringleberry and Sir Prothry are nose to nose for that spot. Substacat is also making moves, now in 14th place. DCKK De Zerogis is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Sir Prothry is gaining on La Croissant 1980, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is catching the Dreamkeeper, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. APR Dope is climbing to 9th place. Sir Pro 3 is now in 11th. Zooksterkat has moved into 13th. Nuts is rapidly catching New for Life, with a big chunk of time gone. Sir Pro 3 is creeping closer to Max spirally, closing the gap just a bit. The Dreamkeeper has climbed one spot and is now in 14th place. Natrixco is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, fast enough to make her wish she had a faster car. Scuderia Veloz has snatched the second spot, leaving someone behind. DKK Tailgirds is chipping away at my lead, now just 2.8 seconds behind. Zooksterkat just climbed one spot to 11th place. Sir Profri and Zooksterkat are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Dr. Felix is chipping away at Matrixco, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Matrixco is rapidly catching up to Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by over 10 seconds. Maya is closing in on Nuts, but only by a little over 1.5 seconds. Zooksterkat is making a move on Ixajax, closing the gap by 3 1/3 seconds. Wow. Just what everyone expected from Woofer Life. Winning again. Clearly, the race was just a formality. Wow! Congratulations to Noah for Life for taking the win. That was a fantastic race from start to finish. You've earned yourself the title today. And a big shout out to Woo for Life for snagging the fastest lap as well. You can now claim a sleek 1990 Merkur XR4 Ti, making your collection even more impressive. Scuderia Veloce. Way to go on the most overtakes. You're now eligible to claim a 1989 Ford RS 200 MSA G2. Looks like the battle was fierce, and you really kept the pressure on. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1966 McLaren N. I might have a slight edge on the Le Denon circuit because of its proven racing pedigree and lighter weight, which could help navigate those twists and turns a bit more gracefully. But honestly, with vintage cars like these, it's more about the driver's skill and a bit of luck. It's like asking which antique will run better after all these years. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup. The Eagle Mark V from 1968 versus the McLaren M10A from 1966. Both are vintage legends, but the Eagle has always been known for its power and raw aggression, while the McLaren brings a little more finesse and aerodynamic finesse to the table. Given the circuit and the car's specs, I'd say the Eagle might have the edge in raw speed. But don't count out the McLaren just yet. It's all about how well those drivers, AI drivers can handle the curve and control that power. My gut says VinHa 17 might just take this one, but the McLaren could surprise us with some clever maneuvering. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, we've got VinHa 17 leading the pack in pole position. They're flying in that classic 1968 Eagle Mark V, bringing some vintage flair to the modern AI chaos here at Circuit Le Denon. Buckle up, this is going to be interesting. VinHa 17 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Scuderia Veloce is holding strong in second place. New for Life is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Known for Life is holding on to second place, but Scuderia Veloce is right on their tail. Dragoud and I are still locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Newts just overtook someone to move into seventh. Nuts and Smurf 20 are battling hard for sixth, with no clear winner yet. Nouveau for Life just overtook for second place. Uncle Tobin is closing in on 7, and Lian Yashin and Nuts are neck and neck for 8. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to second place. Maya is now in third. Dragoud is knocking on the top 5 door in fourth. Lian Yashin just nudged ahead of Uncle Tobin for 7th place. They're nose to nose in this tight fight. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1968 Crossel 15F. They're currently in 11th place. trying to make a move but still stuck behind some cars. Smurf 20 is in 6th place, driving a 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. Looks like they're holding their position pretty steady so far. Amy is driving a 1968 McKee Mark 12, currently in 15th place. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the leaders, but still in the race. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1968 Crussell 15F. They started in 11th and are currently in 13th, so they're just hanging around, not making much progress. Maya is currently in 4th place with a 1968 McKee Mark 12 Tatunia. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress yet. Chris Gopher is in the 12th position with a 1968 Crussell 15F. Looks like they're just hanging back with a slow lap time. Probably saving tires or stuck behind traffic. Scuderia Veloce is holding the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's trying to run away with it. Smurf 20 is driving a 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. They're holding steady in 6th place, and their fastest lap is a solid 1:33.242. Looks like they're keeping it smooth but not quite challenging the top. Symphomarkers is climbing up to 10th place. Globotics is right behind in 11th. Both making their way up. Pippi Langstrom just moved up 1 spot to 12. Amy is closing in on Kreisgoffer, cutting the gap by over a second. Lian Yesin is driving a 1968 Surtees CS5. She's moved up from 10th to 7th and is closing in on the top 6. Looks like she's making some progress. Scuderia Veloce is holding the lead and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead. Inga McCringleberry is driving a 1968 Surtees TS5, which is known for its balanced handling but not the fastest in straight lines. Their race looks challenging with a position outside the top 10 and a slowest lap of 1 minute, 35 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control for now. Uncle Tobin just gained a spot and is now in 8th place. Nuts is right behind him, so expect some fireworks soon. Congratulations to Vinhas17 for taking the victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done on crossing the finish line first. Wow. Vinha 17 really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on an awesome race. You deserve the victory. And hey, congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a sweet 1966 McLaren M10A. That's quite the vintage ride to add to the collection. Well done, everyone. Alright folks, the clock is ticking and your chance to pick the ultimate AI race car is slipping away. Don't miss out on the fun. Make your picks before it's too late. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge might have the edge. It's lightweight, nimble, and built for tight corners, which are pretty common on the Daytona Beach circuit. The Mazda MX-5 Cup would be a close second, because it's known for its balance and handling, perfect for a mixed bag of a track. The other cars might struggle with the sandy sections or the higher speeds, but those two are likely to stay in the game longer. Oh wow, we've got quite the matchup here. Team Clio show in a classic 1999 Honda Civic Si, which is pretty much a legend for being lightweight and nimble, but it's also definitely getting up there in years. Meanwhile, Fat Numera is in a 2015 Renault Clio 4 RS Cup, which is a more modern hot hatch with better tech, and probably a bit more horsepower. If this was just about speed, I'd give the edge to the Renault, no problem. But on Daytona Beach, where the terrain is a bit unpredictable, and sometimes sandy, the lighter and more agile Civic could surprise us, if the driver knows how to work it. It's like David and Goliath, but neither of these guys looks like they're going to back down. I'd probably lean towards the Renault for the overall win, but never underestimate the raw charm and potential of that Civic. It's a race of tech versus nostalgia, and honestly, I'm just excited to see how it all plays out. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Daytona Beach, and leading the pack is Miss Gordon, in a classic 1999 Honda Civic Si. Wonder if the old school charm can hold off these sleek contenders. Stay tuned. Miss Gordon has shot off into the lead. Evolution 954 is holding strong in second place. Scuderia Veloce is hanging tight in third. The race is already heating up. Lian Yashin is on fire, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Uncle Tobin is making a move as well, also up 4 spots to 9th. Mr. Wolf J is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 12th. Skakes' Bill Prey is climbing to 2nd place. Lian Yashin is advancing to 4th. Lian and Miss Gordon are nose to nose for 3rd. Lian Yashin just moved up to 3rd place. Everlasting Apex has also gained 1 spot and is now 5th. Everlasting Apex and Miss Gordon are neck and neck for 4th place. Everlasting Apex is now in 4th place. Abomzi has also moved up 1 spot to take 7th. Evolution 954. And Abomzi are nose to nose for 7th place. So expect some fireworks soon. Wildrino is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Maya is making a move, now in 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf is also gaining ground, now in 13th. The battle is heating up. Yama Priest is on the rise, now in 6th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Newts is climbing fast, now in 14th after a similar move. Ingle McCringleberry is making progress too, now in 17th after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Natisberry is also on the move, grabbing the 13th spot by passing 3 vehicles. Platinumera is making a charge, moving up 6 positions to sit in 18th. New for Life is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 18th place. Jacinda Box is right behind, also up 3 places to 19. Aerospatial is catching up, gaining 3 positions to 20. Looks like a little race within the race. Everlasting Apex is now in 3rd place. Yama Priest is closing in on Skeksis Beau Prix, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. And I am moving up to 6th place. Yama Priest is closing in on Skeksis Beau Prix, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 7th place. Avidreino and Amis Gordon are nose to nose for 8th place. Wildreino climbs to 8th place. Natisberry is closing in on Amis Gordon, shrinking the gap by over a second. They're nose to tail for 9th. Yama Priest is climbing to 4th place. Maya is closing in on Skeksis Beau Prix, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Natisberry is moving up to 9th place. Hey Juno! Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us as we watch these AI cars race around the track. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun. Maya is closing in on Skeksis Beau Prix, the gap shrinking by 1.1 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up to 10th place. Zadimoji Jamis is making moves to 13th place. Maya just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Skeksis Beau Prix and Maya are neck and neck for that position. Zadimoji Jamis and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 12th. Pippi Langstrumpf is chipping away at Skeksis Beau Prix's lead, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Gabitha Minimak is climbing 2 spots to 16th. Aerospatial is advancing 1 spot to 20th. The fight for 19th between Ira Special and Quiz 44 is heating up. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloz for winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to steer to victory. Well done. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for winning the race. Well done, team, you really kept that lead coming. Now, a big shout out to Pippi Langstrup for pulling off the most overtakes of the race. Pippi, you're claiming a classic 2012 Mini Cooper challenge. Nice work! The race was intense and it's great to see such talent on display. Sure. Did you know that the 2018 BMW 125N Sport comes with a turbocharged 4-cylinder engine that offers a pretty lively driving experience? It's like giving a compact car a shot of adrenaline, making it surprisingly sporty for its size. Plus, the M Sport package adds a touch of style and handling improvements that make it stand out in a crowd, even if it's just zipping through virtual racetracks today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and the cars are waiting for your pick. Make sure to choose your favorite before time runs out. You don't want to miss out on the action, do you? Get those votes in now. Alright, so we've got Franquetti in a 2010, Opel Corsa S 2000 Senna Savage, in a 24 Opel Corsa 1600. The S 2000 is definitely a newer and more powerful model, so I'd say Franquetti probably has the upper hand here. The extra horsepower and slightly better handling might give them the edge over S&R Savage. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. Maybe S&R Savage pulls a surprise and outmaneuvers with some clever AI tactics. Still, I'd put my money on Franquetti to take the win. But let's see if S&R Savage can prove me wrong. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Ibisu Higashi, and Amy is sitting pretty on pole in a classic 2004 Toyota Corolla DI. Let's see if the old girl can hold her lead, or if those in the pack will overtake her soon. EdSauce21 is leading the race, holding a strong position right from the start. Amy is right behind in second place trying to catch up. Pippi Langstrup is in third. Not giving up just yet. Maya is climbing up to 5th place. Renault is also advancing to 7th. Frankfurti and Sen-R Savage are locked in a close fight for 11th. Frankfurti just overtook Sen-R Savage and is now in the 11th place. They're still close, so expect some more action soon. Hingel Kringleberry is in 10th place with a 2004 Opel Corsa 1600. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Exhaust 21 is leading in a Volvo C30 from 2008. Looks like they're holding a solid position, but the race is still wide open. Frankfurti is racing a 2010 Opel Corsa S 2000 and is currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Nutz is driving a 2006 BMW 320si. Looks like they're holding a solid 4th place, staying close but not quite challenging for the top 3. The race seems pretty steady for them so far. N-R Savage is driving a 2004 Opel Corsa S 1600. They are currently in 12th place, just behind some other Opel Corsa models. Looks like a tight race among the Opel Corsas. No for Life is driving a 2010 Seat Leon TDI. They're currently in 9th place and have a pretty solid lap time of 13.969. Looks like they're holding their own but might need to pick up the pace to climb higher. Pippi Langström is driving a 2019 Ford Focus ST. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 944 milliseconds. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay in the top 3. Frankfurti is driving a 2010 Opel Corsa S 2000. They're currently in 11th place just behind N-R Savage. Looks like a tight battle with a decent lap time, but they might need to pick up the pace to move up. N-R Savage is driving a 24 Opel Corsa 1600. They're currently in 12th place just behind some Opel Corsas 2000s. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Frankfurti is just ahead by a small margin, but N-R Savage is closing in fast. It's anyone's race now. Renault is in 7th place, driving a 2006 Audi A4 B7. Their fastest lap is a 1:3.14. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Renault is driving a 26 Audi A4 B7. They're currently in 7th place, just behind the BMW A3 Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made a move yet. The tight corners and short straights seem to favor the more agile cars like the Ford Focus and Opel Corsas. The Volvo and BMW are holding steady, but might struggle with the sharp turns. Wow! Edzos 21 took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest. Nice job on the win. Wow! Big congratulations to Edzos21 for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And hats off to Pippi Langstrumpf for snagging the fastest lap. Definitely earning that 2019 Ford Focus ST. You've earned it, no doubt. Who's ready to claim their prize and jump into their new ride? If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2017 Oreca 07 Acura would have a solid shot at winning on the Imola circuit. It's known for its balance and straight-line speed. Plus it's got that extra bit of reliability and handling that Imola demands. The other contenders are all pretty impressive as well. But the Oreca 07 Acura is like the Swiss Army knife of race cars. Versatile and fast everywhere. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't leave me here racing with a mystery vehicle. I want to know what chaos you're sending out onto the track. Hurry up before the countdown hits 0. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Gerlof Diamonds 2011 Oreca 03R is a solid choice, especially in a racing scenario like Imola. It's known for its agility and balanced handling. On the other hand, Nuts, with a 2012 Morgan LMP2, has a bit of an edge in terms of newer design and potentially more advanced technology. However, Imola's sharp turns and technical sections might favor the more nimble car. Honestly, if Girl of Diamond can leverage the car's handling and stay sharp through the twists and turns, I'd give a slight edge to them. But if Nuts manages to use the speed advantage and drive cleanly, they could definitely take it. It's a close call, but my gut says Girl of Diamond might just sneak ahead in this one. Alright folks, the race is underway at Imola. Leading the pack at the moment, is Girl of Diamond in the LMP2 class, cruising on pole with the 2011 Oreca 03R. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Newts is leading right out of the gate, followed closely by Girl of Diamond in second place. The Dreamkeeper is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Girl of Diamond just took the lead and is now in first place. Double has moved up to third place. The Dreamkeeper and Double are still battling it out for third. No clear winner yet. Connor Malady is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 24. Double just nudged into second place. The Dreamkeeper is now third, inching closer to the front. Connor Malady is on the move, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Axton Hits is also making progress, moving up 4 spots to 22nd. Zasatur is gaining ground as well, overtaking 3 cars to reach 26th. Pippi Langstrump is driving a 2017 Mazda RT24P. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. The Dreamkeeper just overtook someone to take second place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 5th. Rusnapalm 6 is making a move to 7th. Hingle and McCringleberry and Double are neck and neck for 3rd place. Axton Hits and Connor Malady are locked in a close fight for 21st. Zasatur is climbing up 1 spot to 25th. Newts is sprinting up behind Yama Priest, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, trimming the distance by a second. Scuderia Veloce and Nur for Life are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Looks like they're not giving each other an inch. Connor Malady is on a tear, overtaking 25 cars to claim the lead. Girl of Diamond and Connor Malady are nose to tail for the top spot. Yama Priest just gained 1 position, now sitting in 26th. Girl of Diamond just took the lead at the front. The Dreamkeeper is right behind, trying to catch up. Double is sneaking into the top 3. Looks like a close race at the moment. New for Life just overtook 2 cars to climb into 6th place. That battle between New for Life and Pippi Langstrump for 5th is getting intense. Meanwhile, Amy and New for Life are nose to tail for 6th. Looks like New for Life is trying to make a move on both fronts. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on double, and the gap is shrinking fast. They're battling hard for third place. New for Life is making a move, and has climbed up one spot to fifth. Connor Mality is closing fast on, now just 7 seconds behind. Ingo McCringleberry has snatched third place and is climbing higher. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on New for Life by 1.2 seconds, and they're battling for fifth. Maya and Rusna Palm 6 are nose to tail for 9th place. Renan just gained a spot and is now 11th. Renan and Maya are practically neck and neck for 10th. Pippi Langstrom is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Nuo for Life and Pippi are still nose to nose for 5th. Renan has moved into 10th, making a little progress. Amy is now in 7th place. Maya is closing in on her in 10th. Lian Yeshin is just behind in 11th. The race is heating up. Lian Yeshin is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1 second. Sasatur and Yasnin 196 are locked in a fierce fight for the 22nd spot. Newts is creeping up on Yama Priest, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Wow, Girl of Diamond, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Girl of Diamond. That was an impressive win. You really drove that car like a champion. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. Allegier JSP 217, nice choice. That car's got some serious speed. New for Life, you're the overtakes king today. Claim that 2014 Onroque Ligier, JSP2, Judd D. Dudada. Looks like you were really making moves out there. Great job to everyone. Can't wait to see which cars they pick next round. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hustle before the timer runs out. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see these AI racers in action. Get your choices in now or forever hold your peace as the race begins. Ooh! This is a battle of classic beauties. The Surtees TS9 is a sleek choice with its racing pedigree. But the Lotus 72D is known for its innovative design and agility. It's like putting a vintage fighter against a modern master. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call. But if the Lotus 72D's legendary handling shines through, it might just edge out the Surtees. Still, with these two, expect a race full of surprises. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Watkins Glen Boot Classic, with Unclearly Gaming on pole, piloting a classic 1971 McLaren M19AX. See if that vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the AI will surprise it. Unclearly Gaming is leading the race, followed closely by StoryForge in second place. JC Productions is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. JC Productions just overtook someone to climb into second place. JC Productions and Unclearly Gaming are nose-to-nose for the lead. StoryForge and JC Productions are also locked in a close fight for second. Amy is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take 21st. StoryForge is inching closer to the front, now in second place. Tyler Drums 31 and JC Productions are nose-to-nose for third. No clear winner yet. Hingle McCringleberry and Tyler Drums 31 are neck and neck for fourth place. Hellskank and The Lightning Thief are locked in a tight fight for 12. Scuderia Veloce is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to 14. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Leon Yasishin and Tyler Drums 31 are still neck and neck for 5th. The Lightning Thief and Covercull are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hellskank is now in 13th place. Scuderia Veloce and Hellskank are nose to tail for that spot. It's Aurora's climb to 17. Abomzi is climbing up to 12th place now. Looks like Abomzi and the Lightning Thief are nose to nose for 11th. Scuderia Veloce and Abomzi are still neck and neck for 12th. Scuderia Veloce and Abomzi are neck and neck for the 13th spot. It's Saror and another driver are fighting hard for 16th place. Cesatur and Itseror are locked in a close duel for 17th. Cesatur is climbing up to 17th place. Nuts and Itseror are battling for 18th. Ginon and Huskyhog are locked in a fierce fight for 28th. Maya is closing in on the leader, gaining ground steadily. Renan just overtook a couple of cars to climb to 28. Renan and Anonymous Ninity 3 are neck and neck for 27th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. The racer just gained 1 spot to take 15th place. Amy has moved up 2 spots to reach 20th. Pippi Langstrump is also climbing 1 spot to sit in 23rd. JC Productions and Storyforge are neck and neck for 2nd place. Oscar Wolf and Amy are still locked in that tight fight for 20th. Husky Ho just gained 1 spot and is now in 29th. JC Productions and Storyforge are nose to tail for 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and JC Productions are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd. Tyler Drums 31 and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. JC Productions and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Sasator is making a move up to 16th. JC Productions is climbing up to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and JC Productions are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Pippi Langstrump is making a move up to 22nd. Tyler Drums 31 just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Wolf's Light and Axton Hits are still nose to nose for 7th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 21st. Pippi and Amy are fighting hard for the 20th spot. Wow, Uncleely Gaming took the checkered flag? Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow! Uncleely Gaming took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to you! That was an impressive drive. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And look at this. Maya and Amy both did an awesome job. Maya, you won the bet race, so you get to claim that vintage 1971 Surtees TS9. That's quite the prize. Amy, with the most overtakes, you also get the same classic car. 2 winners in 1 race. I'd say that's a pretty good day for racing. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Get those choices in before it's too late, or you might end up with a lemon instead of a Lamborghini. Hey there, NDX! Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again. Hopefully you're ready for some more high-speed fun and ridiculous car crashes. Buckle up! Ooh, this is a classic muscle car showdown. The Chevrolet Camaro and Dodge Challenger from 1970 are both legends, so we're in for a good race. The Camaro tends to be a bit lighter and agile, which might let it edge out slightly in the turns. But the Challenger has that raw power and torque that could really give it an advantage on the straightaways. If I had to guess, I'd say the Camaro might just squeeze ahead in the tight corners, but don't count out the challenger's brute strength for a thrilling finish. Either way, it's going to be a close race with both cars showing off their vintage muscle. Which one are you betting on? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Ruapuna Park in vintage Trans Am. Amy's on pole with her classic 1970 Ford Mustang Boss style. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lead or if the newer ones will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed by Nuts in second and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Nuts just took the lead and is now in first place. Andy X has moved up one spot to third. Inga McCringleberry and Andy X are nose to nose for third place. Maya just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to claim fourth place. Scuderia Veloce has advanced to 12th position. Scuderia Veloce and New for Life are nose to tail for 11th. Maldox FCFE is climbing to 8th place. Maldox FDF and Lian Yoshin are nose to nose for 7th. Scuderia Veloce is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. Lian Yesishin is driving a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. She's currently in 8th place and seems to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Nudes is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird, a classic American muscle car. They're currently leading the race, holding the top spot with a strong start. Looks like they're maintaining good pace so far. Kekas Lady X3 is holding off Pippi Langstrumpf by a car length. New for Life and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 11th place. Dehi Per 7 is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, a classic muscle car known for its power and style. Their race seems to be a slow crawl, currently in 15th place, with no signs of overtaking yet. Deplorable is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. They're currently in 14th place, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle so far. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. They are currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady without major moves or overtakes so far. Maya is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar, currently in 5th place. The race looks tight with her staying close but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss Stitchy Doo. Their race seems to be stuck behind the pack with a very slow lap time, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up today. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to take 6th place. Shotskis and Leon Yashin are nose to nose for that spot. New for Life is creeping up to 10th place. Kick-Ass Lady X3 and New for Life are nose to tail for 10th place. Deplorably Apple is sneaking into 12th, inching closer to the top 10. Wow, nuts, really pulled it off. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Nuts really took the checkered flag, didn't they? Congratulations on the victory. That was some impressive driving. And look at that, Nuts also snagged the fastest lap. They are really on fire today. They can now claim a classic 1968 Pontiac Firebird, perfect for cruising down memory lane. AndyX, you won the bet race. So it looks like you'll be rolling in style with a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Nice work. And as for me, I managed to make the most overtakes today. Guess that means I get to add a 1967 Mercury Cougar to my collection. This racing thing is really a win all around, huh? Alright folks, you better pick your racing machine quick because the clock is ticking down. Don't miss your chance to send your favorite car into the AI race. Time's almost up, so get those choices in before it's too late. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Monza Street, and Amy is starting in the first position with her vintage 1970 AM She Javelin. She's got a great shot to hold that lead, but you know how unpredictable racing can be. Right at the start, Amy is leading the pack, holding the first place. Right behind her, Lian Yashin is in second, trying to catch up. Notes is in third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Lian Yashin just took the lead and is now in first place. Numvu for Life has moved up one spot to third. Nuts is right behind New for Life in a close fight for third. Pippi Langstrump is holding off Hingle McCringleberry in a tight fight for 5th place. Eunice Got the Leads is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 13. Jeremy Cirrhosis is also on the rise, moving up 1 spot to 16. The vintage Trans Am cars are holding tight on the straight, likely benefiting from their power and classic design. The Group 2 cars are spread out, probably struggling with handling or acceleration on this track. Maya is currently in 9th place with a 1968 Dodge Dart. Looks like she's holding her own among the vintage Trans Am crowd. No overtakes yet, but she's right in the mix. Move for Life just overtook someone and is now in 2nd place. Amy and Move for Life are neck and neck, trading positions every few seconds. Nargutsu is driving a 1971 Datsun 510. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the group, but no signs of overtaking yet. Nuts just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Looks like the battle with Amy is heating up for that spot. Connor Malady is climbing up to 20th. Not bad at all. The straight favors top speed, so the vintage Trans Am cars are stretching their legs. Expect some overtakes if the slipstream works well. Schmerzenlive is climbing up to 14th place. Beth Raylene and Schmerzenlive are nose to nose for that spot. Platinumera is sneaking up to 17th place, gaining 2 positions. Beth Raylene is climbing to 14th place. Cheryl Metzerosis is gaining on Schmerzenlive, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Platinumera is also closing in on Cheryl Metzerosis, cutting the distance by another 1.5 seconds. Nuts just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Looks like the battle for 2nd is heating up between Nuts and New for Life. Hingami Kringleberry is climbing up to 4. Congratulations, Liam. Looks like all that practice paid off on Monza Straight. Enjoy the victory lap. Show her ring! Did you know that the Curitiba track is famous for its tricky corners and unexpected twists? It's like the racetrack decided to have a little fun and keep the drivers guessing. It's definitely not your average smooth sailing track, making every lap a fun little challenge. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down fast. Don't miss your shot to see which crazy machine will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Lotus Evores is known for its nimbleness and sharp handling, perfect for tight curves and quick maneuvering around Curitiba's tricky sections. On the other hand, the Lamborghini Asterion has that raw power and aggressive stance, which might give it an edge on the straights. If the race leans into sharp turns and finesse, Cherogamarazak's Lotus might just surprise us. But if it's about raw speed and acceleration, Pippi Langstrumpf could take the crown. I'd probably put my chips on Pippi just because that Lamborghini has a reputation for tearing up the track when it gets its groove on. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. It's all fun and games till someone surprises us. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Curitiba, and Lian Yashin is leading the pack in her 2020 Hennessy Venom F5. Looks like she's got a rocket for a car, so let's see if anyone can catch her. Nazer Obstarks is leading the race, followed by Lian Yashin in second place, and Vin Ha17 holding third. Looks like a tight start so far. Lian Yashin has just taken the lead, claiming first place. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 6th. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move to 8th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 14th place. Nazer Obstarks is narrowing the gap to Lian Yashin, getting closer by over 2 seconds. Looks like the top spot is turning into a showdown between Nazer Obstarks and Lian Yashin. Pippi Langstrumpf is charging through the field, now in third place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is climbing up fast, now in 6th after passing 3 cars. Ingo McCringleberry is making a move, now in 7th after overtaking 7 cars. Ingo McCringleberry is on fire, climbing 5 spots to 2nd place. Lian Yashin is having a rough day, dropping 10 positions to 19. Trero Gamersach is inching forward, moving up 1 spot to 9. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Balsamic Vin 283, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 6th place. Le Caillou is moving up to 9th place. Le Kaiju and Andy X are locked in a tight battle for 8th place. Ingo McCringleberry is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Avidreino has moved up 1 place to 10th. Lian Yashin is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, chopping almost 3 seconds off the gap. Amy is on a roll, now in 3rd place. Le Caillou is closing in, up to 6th. Lian Yashin is making a move, climbing to 16th. Lian Yashin is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. Le Caillou just nudged into 5th. Cherogamaretsa gained 2 spots, now sitting in 8th. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 11th place. Maya is gaining on Nil for Life, closing the gap by a second and a half. Le Caillou is climbing to 4th place. Cherogamaretsa is closing in on Vinha 17. The gap shrinking fast. The battle for 7th place is heating up between Cherogamaretsa and Vinha 17. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yashin has moved up 2 spots to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on K Zoomer Girl, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 1st place. Le Caillou is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Lian Yashin has climbed 2 spots to 5th. Wayne Trinity 4 is on a roll, overtaking 5 cars to grab the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is not giving up easily. They're locked in a close fight for the top spot. Lian Yashin is climbing up 1 position to sit in 4th. Lian Yashin is really dropping back now, down to 21st place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Wayne Trinity 4 are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Le Caillou is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to take 4th. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race. Looks like even the fastest pirates can't keep up with her. Well done. Congratulations to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the race. Well done on crossing the finish line first, proving once again that a little bit of that cleverness can go a long way. As for claiming a car, Hingle McCringleberry has the fastest lap and gets to take home that sleek 2020 Hennessy Vietnam F5. And Pippi, since you took the top spot in the race, you can claim the 2014 Lamborghini Asturion. Looks like both of you are about to make some pretty sweet additions to your garage. Great job, everyone! Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Shifter karts are basically the roller coasters of the racing world. They have gears just like a real race car, which means the driver has to shift gears during the race instead of just holding down the gas and steering. It's like a mini manual transmission car but with a lot more adrenaline. They're super popular for people who want to feel like a real racing driver, but without the hefty price tag of an actual race car. Okay, so Pippi Langstrumpf has quite the racing resume with over 3,000 races under their belt and a solid win rate. That kind of experience usually gives a pretty good edge, especially at a tricky track like Cadwell Park. Scuderia Veloce being a rookie this month might mean they're fresh, but possibly less familiar with the nuances of this particular circuit. I'd say Pippi has the advantage here, given their track record. But hey, first races can always throw a curveball, so don't count Scuderia Veloce out just yet. This could be a race of strategy and nerves more than pure experience. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Cadwell Park Moto Track. Leading the pack from the pole position is the NW for Life in a classic 2012 shifter kart. Buckle up, this should be an interesting one. Andy X has shot to the front right at the start. New for Life is holding second place just behind. Amy is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the leaders. New for Life and Andy X are nose to tail at the front. Hingle McCringleberry just slipped into third place. Lian Yashin is creeping up behind in fourth. New for Life takes the lead now. Andy X is right behind, still fighting for that top spot. Pippi Langstrumpf climbs to 9th place, making moves. Andy X just overtook for the lead. Move for Life and Andy X are nose to nose for first place. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Scuderia Veloce is on a roll, climbing 8 places now in the top 10. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone, losing 9 spots and falling out of the top 10. Lian Yashin is making her way up, now in third, probably enjoying the view from there. Move for Life just took the lead, claiming first place. Nuts is inching closer to Scuderia Veloce for 8. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Andy X took the victory. Looks like they were just racing against the clock today. Well done. Wow, Andy X, you really sped to victory today. Congratulations on winning the race, and grabbing the fastest lap too. I guess that 2012 shifter card is practically calling your name. And a big shout out to Scuderia Veloce for winning the bet race. You two are clearly the speed demons of the day. Keep those engines roaring, everyone! Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't make me choose for you, or I might just pick the turbocharged potato. Get those selections in. Sure. Here's a fun fact about the Majani track. It's known for its twists and turns. But what's really interesting is that it's built on a former military airfield. So, next time you see those tricky corners, just imagine a jet landing and taking off in the background. Talk about a high-speed history lesson. Alright, so we've got Etherplasm in the flashy Red Bull and JC Swishman 33 in the Mercedes. The Red Bull is known for its aggressive handling and speed, so I'd put my money on Etherplasm if it all goes smoothly. The Mercedes, on the other hand, might have some clever strategy tricks up its sleeve, but overall the Red Bull tends to dominate on tracks like Magione when it comes to raw power. I'd say Etherplasm is the favorite here, but never count out JC Swishman 33. Race racing is full of surprises. Hey Naida, welcome back. Glad to see you return to the chaos. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Alright everyone, the race at Magione is just kicking off and Starbucks is leading the pack from pole position, driving a sleek 2022 Aston Martin, a MR220. Let's see if he can hold that spot or if the AI will surprise us. Starbucks is leading the race with a strong start. Scuderia Veloce is holding second place, closely followed by Hot Bolognese in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Beats with Kev and Hot Bolognese are nose-to-nose for third place. Hingle and the Kringleberry just nudged up to fifth. Muru for Life is climbing to seventh. Hingle Me Kringleberry is climbing up to fourth place. Hippie Langstromp and Nur for Life are still neck and neck for seventh. E77 is sneaking into the top 10, now in ninth. Nuts just overtook someone and is now in fifth place. Trifanani 3 is climbing up to 9. King Chu 22 is making a move to 11. Looks like everyone's on the push. Ikara 77 and Trifanani 3 are nose to tail for 9th place. Schmerzenliebe just gained a spot to 13. Schmerzenliebe and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close fight for 12. Maya is climbing up to 15th place. Looks like she's on the move. Lian Yashin's car is an AlphaTauri, a T03, and she's currently in the 18th position. Her lap time is over 3 seconds slower than the leader, so her race looks pretty rough so far. Aetherplasm is driving a Red Bull Racing rebate team, and is currently in 22nd place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya is in the 15th place, trailing behind the leaders by a good margin. Her car, a Haas BF22, is currently about 1 second slower than the front runners. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pace. Lian Yashin's AlphaTauri is currently in 18th place, with a lap time over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up tonight. King Chu 22 is driving a 2022 Alfa Romeo C42 Tua. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady with a lap time just under a minute. Not making any big moves yet. Scorched Log is driving a Haas V F22 and is currently in 19th place. Their race looks like a slow burn, with a lap time of over a minute, and they're a few spots behind the leaders. Maya is in 8th place, driving a Haas VF22. Fastest lap so far is 59.858 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite breaking into the top 5 yet. Starbucks looks like he's got this race in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Fastest lap and leading by a good margin. Wow! Starbucks just took the victory at Migioni. Guess they really know how to leave the rest in the dust. Well done. Alright, here's a fun fact about the 1966 McLaren M10A. This car was actually one of the early racing machines developed by Bruce McLaren himself, and it marked McLaren's entry into open-wheel racing. It was powered by a Chevrolet V8 engine, which was quite a change from the usual European engine choices. Imagine tricky handling and a big engine, kind of like giving a small dog a fire hose. Exciting but a little chaotic. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Magny Cours and leading the pack on pole is the classic 1968 Lola T190 from the Formula 5000 class, driven by Aurelio Serial. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead or if the shiny new cars will take over. Aurelio Serial has shot off the line to take the lead. Wow CB is hanging tight in second place. Renault T4 is holding on to third but expect some early battles to spice things up. Scuderia Veloce and Iconic Odd are nose to tail for fourth place. Maya has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th. Piggy Langstrom and Maya are side by side for 8th. Wow, Arayu cereal just won the race? Looks like breakfast cereal is the new racing fuel. Congrats on the victory. Wow, Arayu cereal really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. That was an exciting finish to watch. And since I won the bet race, I'll be claiming the 1966 McLaren M10A. I guess I'll have to find a good spot for that classic beauty. Thanks to everyone for racing today. This was an absolute blast. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering stability, because Bruno is known for its sharp turns and technical section. A car that can stick to the road and maneuver precisely will have a clear advantage. Of course, a decent level of acceleration and braking performance is important to maintain momentum through those tricky corners. Overall, a well-balanced car that combines agility with control would be my top pick for conquering this challenging circuit. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI machine will dominate the race. Get those choices in quick. Well, looking at these two options, I'd say the Maserati Bora has the edge in terms of speed and handling. It's a classic Italian powerhouse designed for the twists and turns, while the Dodge Demon is more of a muscle car beast, with raw strength but perhaps not as refined for a technical track like Bruno. So I'm placing my bets on Scuderia Veloce and the Maserati. But hey, stranger things have happened in AI racing. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Brno with Leonetian on pole, piloting a classic 1970 Ford Mustang. Looks like she's set for a vintage showdown against some pretty wild AI contenders. Let's see if that muscle car can hold onto the lid. Lian Yeshin has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Maya is holding strong in second place, trying to keep the pressure on. Cloud Surfer 69 is currently in third, hanging in there but already a bit behind the leaders. New for Life just made a bold move up to third place. Looks like they're on a mission. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, now in 14th, leaving some behind. And Maya is holding the lead. Just gained one spot, keeping the top spot warm. Josh Biosh is climbing to 6th place. The Fods 84 is advancing 2 spots to 10th. Even Sirogai and the Fods 84 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt just sneaked into 4th place. Looks like he's on a roll. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 7th. Not bad. Ivensero guy is making a move to 9th. Gotta love the underdog story. Pippi Langstrom is making a move, climbing to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Josh Biosh is creeping up to 5th place, gaining 1 spot. Scuderia Veloce is closing in on Beef Sliders, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. The With 84 is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is making a move up to 14th. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 13th. New for Life just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Beef Sliders and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 6th. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Beef Sliders is climbing to 6th place. The Fots 84 is narrowing the gap to Scuderia Veloce by 1.6 seconds. Amy has jumped 2 spots to 10th. The Fots 84 and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 7th place. Shoebox TV and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 13th. Ingo McCringleberry just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Dude Smokey Blunt is climbing to 3rd place. Josh Biosh is narrowing the gap to Lian Yoshin by 1.2 seconds. The Fods 84 is making a move up to 6th place. Le Caillou is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is hot on Le Kaiju's tail, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Looks like Cloud Surfer 69 and the Kaiju are about to have a showdown for 12th place. New for Life is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1/32. The Fots 84 is catching up to Josh, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Le Kaiju and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for the 11th spot. New for Life just overtook for the lead. Maya is right on their tail. This is getting spicy. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing into the top dozen. Not bad at all. Wow, New for Life really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic race. Big congratulations to New for Life for taking the top spot and winning the race. Clearly, they've got some serious skills behind the wheel. And a special shout out to New for Life for also securing the fastest lap. It seems they're really good at pushing the limits. They can claim the vintage 1968 Pontiac Bonneville, an iconic muscle car that's sure to turn heads. Meanwhile, Amy, you pulled off the most overtakes today. That's no small feat, so well done. You can claim the 1977 Holden Torana a 9X, a classic that's just as flashy as you're driving. Great effort from everyone today. Stay tuned for more high-octane fun. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss your chance to choose your favorite AI racer. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. The Cooper T77 from 1965 versus the Lotus 25 from 1962. Both legendary in their own right. The Cooper is known for its nimbleness and agility, perfect for tight circuits, while the Lotus 25 is a groundbreaking design with that sleek monocoque construction, making it a bit more stable at high speeds. Considering Circuit de Pau Vintage's twists and turns, I'd say the Cooper might have a slight edge in maneuverability. But the Lotus 25 has a history of winning on challenging circuits too. It's really a toss-up, but I'd lean towards the Cooper taking it in this one. Let's see how the AI drivers handle these beauties. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Circuit de Pau Vintage. Amy, starting on pole, is behind the wheel of a slick 1965 Ferrari 1512. Buckle up, this is gonna be interesting. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Nuts in second and Dre 192 Gex in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Dre 192 Gex and Nuts are nose to tail for second place. Gasatura and Dre 192 are also locked in a fierce duel for third. Lian Yashin is climbing 2 spots to fifth, making moves. Dre 192X is climbing up to second place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Gasatur, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Lian and Gasatur are locked in a tight fight for fourth place. Gasatur is now in third place. H2 Hove has climbed to fourth. Kaiosify is in fifth. Looks like everyone's making moves. Scuderia Veloz is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Hingle McRingleberry is making a strong push up to 7th. Kalukacho is storming through the field, now in 9th after overtaking 7 cars. Maya is closing in on Hingle McRingleberry, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are battling hard for 7th place. Castefex is making a move and has climbed up to 11th. Cthulhu Kachu is climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Wolfer Life, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Clearly Gaming is now in 9th place, closing the gap with Maya in that tight battle. Sasatur is really closing in on Amy, now just a second behind. K-Steflex has climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Pippi Langstrumpf has also gained 1 position, now in 13th. H2 Hove is climbing up to 2nd place. Jackson Dubox is narrowing the gap to Kaiosify by a second. K-Steflex is making a move to 9th place. Kaiosify is climbing to 3rd place. Jackson Dubox is now in 4th. Scuderia Veloz has moved into 5th. Looks like the top 5 are getting pretty crowded. Lian Yashin is closing in on Zasatur fast, cutting the gap by 16 seconds. Kokachu has climbed up 1 spot to 6th place. Clearly Gaming has also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Nuts is gaining fast on Ulfurlife, now just a few seconds behind. Scuderia Veloz is right on Jackson the Box's tail, closing in steadily. Casteflex is inching closer to Unclearly Gaming, making a move. Casteflex is in 8th place, driving a Ferrari 158 from 1964. Their fastest lap is 1:52.656, so they're holding a decent pace but still a bit behind the leaders. Sessa Tour is gaining fast on Dre 192, closing the gap by 10 seconds. Yakshin Dabox is inching closer to Kaiosify, narrowing it by 1.6 seconds. Kulukacho is catching up to Scuderia Veloz. reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. H2 Hoeve is now in first place. Kaiosify has moved up to second. Jax in the box is climbing into third. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Inga McCringleberry is also on the move, grabbing 8th. Newts is making a strong push, now in 10th. The race is heating up. H2 Hova is gaining on Kaiosify, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Yakshin the box is catching up to H2 Hova, narrowing it down by 1 second. Scuderia Veloce and Jackson the box are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. H2 Hove is now in 1st place. Clearly Gaming is gaining on Scuderia Veloce and is just over a second behind. Case Flex is hot on Clearly Gaming's tail, closing the gap by a good 1.5 seconds. Case Flex is driving a 1964 Ferrari 158 Toto. They are currently in 7th place, with the fastest lap just under 1 minute 52 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the world on fire. Well, look at that! Kaiosify just took the checkered flag. Guess they were saving the best for last. Congratulations on the win. Wow, H2 Hove really showed off their skills today. Congrats to them on an impressive victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and precise handling. Nakao-Gia is all about tight corners and quick changes in direction, so a car that can stick to the road and turn sharply without losing speed is essential. Top speed isn't as critical here because you're constantly weaving through narrow streets and hairpins. So, a car with excellent steering response and nimbleness would be my top pick for dominating this tricky circuit. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends, or you might end up with a lemon instead of a sleek race car. Hurry up and get your choices in. Wow! This is like choosing between vintage elegance and classic charm. The Lola Mark IV Climax has that historic racing prowess, but the Cooper T77 is no slouch either with its lightweight design. I would probably lean towards new for life, just because that Lola's got a reputation for being a sleek, nimble machine. But hey, in this AI race, anything can happen. Buckle up folks, it's going to be a fun ride. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Nakao-Gia, and some board Bowie is on pole with that vintage 1965 Brabham BT7. Let's see if that classic charm can hold off the modern rivals. Some board Bowie is leading the race, followed closely by Sir Gemingate in second place. Hippie Langstrumpf is currently in third, trying to keep up. Hippie Langstrumpf and Sir Gemingate are nose-to-nose for second place. Lian Yashin and Josh Biosh are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. T61 is climbing up one spot to seventh. T61 and Nuts are battling hard for sixth. Hippie Langstrumpf and Sir Gemingate are nose-to-tail for second place. Lian Yashin is climbing up to fourth, and is now just behind the top three. Hippie and Lian are now battling for third place, and it's getting spicy. Josh Biosh is climbing up to fourth place. Lian Yashin and Josh Biosh are locked in a close fight for fourth. Scuderia Veloce is advancing to 11th place. Lian Yashin is climbing to fourth place. Josh Biosh and Lian are nose-to-nose for that position. Crystal 33 is making a move to 15. Josh Biosh is climbing to fourth place. Amy and Crystal 33 are still neck and neck for 15. Hingo McCringleberry has moved up to 19. The tight Macau Gia street circuit is really shaking up the order with close overtakes and tricky corners. Expect chaos and surprises at every turn. Life just sliced through the field to take the lead. Sunboard Boy is not giving up without a fight. They're battling hard for the top spot. Sunboard Boy is now in first place. Third Gaming Gate has moved into second. GB Langström is climbing into third. The top three are shaping up nicely. Botgamuneng is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 20 but not making much noise. Shotskis is climbing up to 7th place. No for Life is narrowing the gap to Botgamuneng by over a second. Wow! Sunboard Boy really took the checkered flag. Guess boredom is the secret to winning races now. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to some bored Bowie. You really raced your way to victory. Well done. And for the drivers feeling lucky today, Hingle McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes. That's impressive. You can claim a 1965 Honda R. A 272 from F1 1960. Nice work on the aggressive moves. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Seattle Circuit Reverse has a lot of tight corners and sharp turns, so a car that can stick to the track and navigate these twists smoothly would have a real advantage. Top speed is nice, but being able to dart through the corners without losing control is what will really set a car apart here. Precision and quick directional changes are key to keeping that competitive edge. Alright everyone, scramble to pick your favorite virtual ride before time runs out. Don't let your dream car slip away just because you hesitated. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow, what a classic showdown we have here. The Pontiac Firebird Trans Am is known for its power and iconic style, but the Chevrolet Nova SS is no slouch either, especially in a racing scenario. Both are vintage beasts with a lot of personality. If I had to pick based on raw muscle and that extra touch of flair, I might lean toward Imogen Tempest and the Firebird. But don't underestimate the Nova, especially if Jerkplays has been tuning it up. It's going to be a close race, but I'm betting on the Firebird to edge out the Nova by a hair. Let's see if that vintage charm can outpace the Nova's raw attitude. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Seattle Circuit Reverse, and look at that. Chubby boy RJ is starting on the pole in a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle S-Classic muscle car, ready to shake things up. Yes 996 is leading the race with a strong start. Chubby boy RJ is holding second place, trying to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is in third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Maya is charging through the field into 6th place. Jack Place is climbing fast into 11th. Chubby Boy RJ has just taken the lead, moving up 1 spot. Maya is climbing fast into 4th place. Lian Yashin has moved into 7th. Nuts is now in 8th. The race is heating up. Plebis 3 is driving a 1969 Oldsmobile 442. A classic muscle car, known for its power and style. Looks like they're in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not making much noise yet. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Amy has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th place. Rosales and Scuderia Veloz are nose-to-nose fighting for 14th place. Newts is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger RT and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Anonymous Nina T3 is driving a 1969 Shelby GT 500 at Toll. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack run so far. Wow. Chubby boy RJ just took the top spot at Seattle Circuit Reverse. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Chubby boy RJ really pulled through and took the win. Congratulations on that awesome victory. You definitely earned it. And hey Maya, looks like you were the king of overtakes today. Your skills on the track earned you a vintage street car. The 1970s Chevrolet Chevelle SS. Nice job claiming that glorious classic. Who's stepping up next for a car? Alright. Everyone, the clock is ticking, so make your pick quick or you might end up with the car no one wanted. Let's see which vehicle ends up dominating the track tonight. Welcome back to the stream, Amin-san. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready to enjoy some high-speed AI car racing action. Sit back and get ready for some thrilling competition. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Lancia Stratos Turbo from 1977 is known for its agility and sharp handling, which could give it an edge on a tricky track like Bathurst with all those tight corners. But then again, the Greenwood Corvette GTX from 1978 is a powerhouse with serious speed potential and stability, especially on the faster sections. Given the car choices and their strengths, I'm leaning towards Amy in the Lancia. It's more nimble and likely to handle the mountain curves better. But don't count Hingle out. That Corvette could just blast down the straights and make a surprise move. This race is going to be a wild ride either way. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bathurst with Leon Yashin on pole in her vintage 1984 Capri Zaxby. Let's see if her classic can hold off the pack. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Charade 8-kilometer circuit, I would probably go with the 2019 Ford Focus. It's got that perfect blend of turbocharged power, sporty handling, and a reputation for being a fun hot hatch. Plus, I think it might have the edge in acceleration and cornering, compared to some of the older or less performance-focused models on the list. So watch out for the Focus and trying to leave the pack in its dust. Hey everyone! Time's almost up to pick your cars. Make your choices quick or you might end up with something really boring. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we have the tiny, but spry Opel Corsa, and the somewhat squarer Volvo C30. The Opel is lightweight and nimble, which could give it an edge on a twisty 8-km circuit like Charade. But the Volvo, with its bulk and probably more comfortable handling, might hold its own on the straights, and stay steady through the curves. Honestly, I'd lean towards the Opel since smaller cars usually excel in tight corners. But the Volvo might surprise us if it can compensate with some clever AI driving. My gut says the Opel could edge out in a close race, especially if the AI exploits its agility. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Charade 8 km track. Our pole sitter is driving the 2019 Ford Focus ST in the TCA class. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. Starting grid has Tukin's Flora in first, T-Bone in second, and its Syrah in third. Looks like a promising beginning. Its Syrah just overtook someone to take second place. The race for first between its Syrah and Tukin's Flora is getting intense. T-Bone and its Syrah are now nose to nose for second place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to fourth place. Alex Has No Brain is also moving up to sixth. Lian Yashin and Alex are locked in a close fight for sixth. Lian Yashin and Alex Has No Brain are nose to tail for sixth place. H2 Hove is inching up to take 11. Hingo McCringleberry and H2 Hova are locked in a close fight for 11. Edzos21 is driving a 2018 Skoda Octavia Dut. Looks like they're holding a steady 15th place, not making any big moves but staying in the race. Maya is currently in the middle of the pack with her Opel Corsa 2000. She's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a classic case of patience or just waiting for the chaos to unfold. Novalife is climbing to 7th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is now in 8th. Scuderia Veloce is pushing into 9th. Lian Yashin is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry with a 1.5 second reduction in the gap. They are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Alex Hasnabrian is climbing up to 5th place. Aerotech and Alex are neck and neck for 5th. Exhaust 21 is making a move to 12th. Move for Life is really pushing hard, closing in on Aerotech by over a second. The fight for 8th place between Scuderia Veloce and Beyond Two Dark Souls is heating up. Lian Yashin is gaining on Exhaust 21, chopping the gap by 2 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is driving a 2004 Opel Corsa 1600. It looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, but no real moves yet. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2008 Volvo C30. Looks like they're holding 5th place but not making much noise about overtaking anyone. Wow, Two Kins Flora really sprinted to victory. Looks like they left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Two Kins Flora. You really drove that race like a champ. Well deserved win. And hey, big news for the drivers still in the game. Scuderia Veloce, you have the chance to claim that shiny 2004 Opel Corsa S1600 TCLA. So get ready to make your move. Sure thing. Did you know that LMP1 cars, those super sleek racing machines, were so advanced they sometimes looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie? They could reach speeds over 200 miles per hour and had hybrid systems that were basically like having a turbocharged battery pack on wheels. It's like the car was half racing machine, half spaceship. Ooh, this is a tough call. The 2018 BR, Engineering BR1, is a solid machine, known for its speed and agility on the track. But the Porsche 919 Hybrid from 2015 is no slouch either. It's a race winner with a proven track record. If I had to guess, I'd say Amy might have a slight edge because the Broughton is a newer, more advanced design, especially in terms of aerodynamics and tech. But Rob Swizzle's Porsche has that extra experience behind it, so it could surprise us. Overall, I'm leaning towards Amy's car, but only by a nose. This one's gonna come down to the tiniest of margins. Alright everyone, the race at Bannock Yard Reverse is underway, and New for Life is leading the pack on pole, driving a classic 2015 Porsche 919 Hybrid. Let's see if they can hold on to that spot, or if the others have plans for an upset. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Pippi Langstrup in second, and Chosinskost hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start. Well, look at that. New for life. Took the win. Guess they really know how to cross the finish line first. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1971 Dodge Charger. Yup. It's got that classic muscle car vibe and a reputation for having a bit of a wild streak. Plus, it looks like it means business. But honestly, on a reverse circuit like Bannockbrae, anything could happen. Maybe those old classics will surprise us all with some unexpected speed. Oh wow, this is a classic battle of the muscle cars. The Plymouth Roadrunner from 1971 is known for its raw power and legendary speed. But the Ford Torino from 1972 has that sleek, aggressive look and solid performance. Honestly, it could go either way. If De facto takes advantage of that classic muscle strength, they might surge ahead. But Aosgzerod's Torino might have that slightly better handling and aerodynamics to edge out the competition. I'd probably put my chips on the Plymouth just because of its reputation for beastly acceleration. But don't count out the Torino. Either way, this is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Bannockbrae reverse track. Leading the pack from pole position is the NWF class in NASCAR 1970, driving a classic 1972 Ford Torino. Let's see if that vintage legend can hold on to the top spot. The race kicks off with Nouveau Life leading the pack, followed closely by Wolf of Echo in second, and Renop T4 in third. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Druar False and Exclusive Gox are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Avildra is climbing up to 10th. Hellskank is inching into 12th. Druar False is climbing to 7th place. Athena CNC is making a move to 13th. Oskzerot is gaining 2 spots, and now sits in 14th. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 14th place. Oskzerot and Lian are locked in a close fight for that spot. Pippi Langstrom is also gaining ground, now in 17th. Rosaurus is driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo from 1971. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a quiet race for now. Tirarelia is driving a 1972 Ford Torino, starting from the last row. Looks like they're trying to make moves but still stuck in the pack. Usigarax is in 7th place, driving a 1971 AMC Matador Dutdor. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress yet. The reverse layout is definitely shaking things up with tight corners and tricky sections, making overtakes more daring. Bethralin advances to 10th place. Maya moves up to 27th. Zerorelia and Maya are nose-to-nose for 27th. Bethralin is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger, starting in 10th place. The race looks tight with her holding her position well so far. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1972 Ford Torino. Their race seems to be a bit behind, currently in 20th place, and they haven't shown any fastest lap time yet. The NASCAR 1970 cars are holding steady, but the reverse track might be favoring the more aggressive drivers. No major surprises yet. Move for Life is leading the race in a 1972 Ford Torino from 1970 NASCAR. Looks like they're just cruising at the front with no competition in sight. The reverse layout is shaking up the order with tight corners and limited overtaking spots. Expect some surprises as drivers struggle to find clear passes. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1972 Ford Torino Tile. They started in 20th place and are currently in 18th. Looks like they're making a little progress but still have some ground to catch up. Dave Factor is in 16th and Ozgisarad is in 15th, so they're pretty close. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Wow, looks like in Woofer Life just took the crown. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, big congratulations to Nabu for Life for winning the race. That was quite the impressive performance. And a special shout out for grabbing the fastest lap too. You've earned yourself the legendary 1972 Ford Torino, the star of NASCAR from the good old days. Who's ready to claim this beauty? Here's a fun fact for you. The Formula 5000 cars were known for their V8 engines that sounded like a symphony of roars, making them some of the loudest race cars of their time. They were basically the muscle cars of the racing world, but on a higher speed level. Plus, they were pretty affordable compared to other racing series, so lots of daring drivers jumped in just to feel that rush. Oh wow, this is a nostalgic showdown. Both of these classic beauties are vintage race cars, which means it's less about raw speed and more about who's got the better handling and driver skills. I'd say the Lola T190, even though it's a year newer, might have a slight edge because of its lighter frame and more modern design for its time. But don't count out the McLaren because sometimes a classic just refuses to be beaten. Honestly, I think it's going to come down to who manages the turn better, because straight line speed in these old cars can be pretty neck and neck. But I'll put my money on Detoxin's Lola for a tiny advantage. We'll see if I'm right or if Chubby Panda's McLaren surprises us all. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti, with Nuts leading the pack. He's driving a classic 1968 Lola T190 in the Formula 5000 class. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lid. Newts is taking an early lead. Jaydan Byrne is right behind in second, and Indigo Pete is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Gigina Miracles is now 7th place. Druofaus is advanced to 8th place. Ragu has climbed to 9th place. Brandigan and Alan 656 are neck and neck for 12th place. Move Life just climbed one spot to 15. Linchita 21 also gained one position to 16th. Geo is climbing up to 6th place. Aussie 2022 is also moving up to 13th. Brendigan and Aussie 2022 are nose to tail for that 13th spot. Dragoo and Druafos are neck and neck for 9th place. Move for Life is climbing 2 spots to 13th. Pippi Langström is also up 2 spots, now 15. Inga McCringleberry is on the move, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Maya is also making progress, moving up 6 spots to 17th place. B. Goldnerd is having a tough time, dropping back 7 positions to 24th. Inga McCringleberry is really having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 23rd. Maya is climbing up to 16th place. Blinchekov 21 is also moving up to 17th. The battle is heating up behind the leaders. Ronnie Rempage is driving a Legrand Mark 11 from 1969. Looks like they're stuck at the back, currently in 25th place with no fast lap data. Not exactly making waves so far. Jade Anburen is now in 1st place. Thuderia Velois has moved into 4th. Diogo Numericos is in 5th. Congratulations, JD Anburn. Looks like you took the checkered flag with style. Who knew you had such a need for speed? Wow, congratulations to JD Anburn for taking the win. That was an impressive race. And hey Maya, you really went all out with those overtakes? You can proudly claim the 1968 Surtee. Sty? Not. Looks like your skills are as sharp on the digital track as they are in real life. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to make your dreams come true, or at least pretend you're choosing the fastest one on the grid. Don't miss out, or you'll be stuck with a lemon while everyone else speeds by. Wow, what a matchup! Both these classics from 1965, so we're talking vintage charm and some serious racing history. Lobardo's driving a BRMP 261, which is known for its powerful engine and sleek design. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrup is cruising in a Cooper T77, a car famous for its agility and sharp handling. If this were a game of who looks cooler, both would win their own award. But since we're betting on performance, my money's on the Cooper T77. Its lighter frame and nimbleness could give it that edge around Adelaide's twisty corners. Then again, don't count out Bobardo and his Daram. With some luck, vintage power can still surprise us all. So, who do you think has the edge here? Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Adelaide with Amy on pole, in a sleek 1965 Ferrari 1512. She's got a good start, but let's see if she can hold that lead against these vintage beasts. Leanne Yeshin has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind her in second place. Krandilive is currently in third, trying to keep up. New for Life and Nuts are nose to tail in 7th place. Hinga McCringleberry and Zombush 86 are swapping positions in 9th. Lobas Exo is climbing up to 11th place. Detoxins is climbing up to 5th place. Global ESL is now in 10th. Pippi Langstrom has moved into 14th. Nuts is now in 5th place, climbing 2 spots. No for Life is in 7th, climbing 1 spot. Bobardo is in 11th, moving up 2 spots. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 8th place. Detoxinus and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for that position. Bobardo is chipping away at Global Sales lead, now just 1 second behind. Ngu for Life is dropping back to 15th place. Detoxins is climbing to 7th place. Zombush 86 and Detox are nose to nose for 7th. News is really feeling the pressure closing in on TPPF. Zombush 86 just jumped a spot into 7th. Globals also climbing up to 8th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Amy's holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely in control for now. New for Life is stuck with a Ferrari 1512, which is a classic, but looks like it's having a rough day with that 99-minute lap time. Their race seems to be going nowhere fast. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the early leaders with consistent lap times. Overtakes are limited, so positioning early on is paying off. Amy's holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control for now. Hingo Nkringleberry is driving a Honda R, a 272 from 1965. He's currently in 12th place and seems to be struggling with pace, given his slowest lap compared to others. Congratulations, Leanne. You really showed them how it's done. First place suits you perfectly. Wow, what an incredible race. Huge congratulations to Leanne Yashin for taking the win. That was some seriously impressive driving. Now, for those who want to claim a car, Amy, you've earned it with that blazing fast lap. You can now claim the vintage Ferrari 1512 from 1965. Nice job. Who's ready to see what's next? Here's a fun fact for you. The Goodwood track, officially known as the Goodwood Motor Circuit, was originally built in 1948 and was used for racing and testing cars for many years. It's got this charming vintage vibe and some seriously challenging corners that make every race exciting. Plus, it's the only racing circuit in the UK that has a natural hill with a stunning view, so you get a scenic ride along with the high-speed thrills. Honestly, it's like racing through a piece of history with a sprinkle of British elegance. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better do it now before time runs out. We're about to start the race and I want to see all those cool choices in the game. Don't miss out on being part of the action. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed AI car action. Buckle up and enjoy the race. Whoa! Both of these cars are absolute legends in their own right. The Ford GT980 from 1995 is a futuristic-looking beast with a lot of attitude. But it's also known for some engineering quirks. The De Tomaso Pantera GT5S from 1988 is a classic muscle car. And while it might not be as sleek, it's got that raw, aggressive spirit. Given the race on Goodwood, which favors handling and agility, I might lean towards the Pantera. It's lighter and more fitted for tight corners, while the GT90 could struggle with some of the more technical sections. But hey, the GT90's power could make up for some of that, so this is going to be a close call. I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'll put my money on the Pantera for a slightly more confident finish. Of course, I could be totally wrong and end up eating my words. Alright folks, the race is on at Goodwood, and leading the pack is Prodigy Place 58 in 1992, System Orator Fee 16T, a true 90s supercar legend. Let's see if the vintage beast can hold the lead, or if the new arrivals will catch up. Prodigy Place 58 has shot to the front, leading the pack. Aussie 2002 is holding strong in second place. And right behind it's Amy in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Popcorn Slayer is climbing fast into 4th place. Haimais is also making moves, now in 6th. Blaming Buddha and Haimais are nose to nose for that 6th spot. Lian Yashin is driving a Ford GT90 from 1995. Daitsu, she's currently in the last place and seems to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Ozito Tuantu is now in 1st place, leaving the pack behind. No for Life and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for the 16th spot. Rico Haruji is climbing up to 19th, making a little progress. Prodigy Place 58 is holding on to 2nd place, but Amy is right behind. Jaime just gained 2 spots and is now in 4th. Popcorn Slayer and Haimais are nose to nose for that 4th position. Katsuma Girl is trying to overtake Nuts for 9th place. Shalesy just moved up to 5th. Amy's closing in on the leader, making a move for 2nd. Newts just overtook 2 cars and is now in 7th place. Suma Girl and Maya are nose to tail for 9th. Wayne Train 94 is climbing up to 12th. Aussie Due Tiwan2 is trying to hold off Amy for the lead. Hinga McCringleberry just gained a spot to 11th. Yaki Ramen is also climbing, now 13th. Aussie Doitanen 2 is trying to hold off Amy for the top spot. Maya and Kuzumer Girl are nose to tail for 9th place. Lian Yashin just snuck into the 20, climbing 1 spot. Haimais and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Consumer Girl is climbing up to 9th. Hingle McCringleberry and I are locked in a close fight for 10th. Reiko Haruji is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 10th place. Haimais is inching closer to the top, now in 3rd. Katsuma Girl is also making moves, now in 8th. Reiko Haruji is dropping like a stone, now in 17th place. Katsuma Girl is climbing steadily into 7th. Maya is inching into 10th, making a little progress. Rikuharu just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Mufo Life is closing fast on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by over 10 seconds. Ozzy Bututhan 2 and Rikuharu G are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Haimais is closing in on the top 3 now. Prodigy Place 58 is sneaking into the top 5. Amy is holding onto the lead, but the battle behind is heating up. Notes is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry fast, shrinking the gap by 7.6 seconds. Dr. Felix is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb to 18th place. Xumagil is on the rise, moving up 2 spots to 5th place. Hymise is gaining on Aussie 2002 quickly, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the move, closing in on Popcorn Slayer by 1.3 seconds. And look at that, Maya is climbing up to 11th place, making a nice little push forward. Wow, Amy just took the win at Goodwood. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Wow, amazing job to Amy for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And congratulations to Amy for getting the fastest lap. You get to claim a 1993 Jaguar XJ220S, a true classic in the retro streetcar world. Lian Yeshin, you really poured on the overtakes today. You should be proud. You can claim a 1995 Ford GT980, another fantastic retro street car. Great effort, everyone. This race was a roller coaster. Here's a fun fact for you all. Did you know that NASCAR trucks are actually built tougher than your average pickup? They're designed to withstand some pretty intense racing conditions, which means they're practically the superhero of the truck world. And honestly, watching them zoom around the track makes you wonder if they secretly have rocket fuel in those engines. Stay tuned, folks, because things are about to get even more exciting. Alright, so we've got Pippi Langstrup in a 2011 Toyota Tundra and TPPA in a 2011 Dodge Ram Tate. Both are pretty solid trucks, but let's be honest, the Tundra is known for being a bit more balanced and reliable. The Dodge Ram might have some muscle, but that can sometimes mean less finesse on the track. Given that Altamont Raceway Park favors agility and speed, I'd put my money on Pippi and her Tundra sneaking ahead. The Ram might try to muscle its way through, but I think the Tundra's got the edge in precision and control. Even with both being big trucks, I think Pippi's ride will take the win today. Alright everyone, we're kicking things off at Altamont Raceway Park with NASCAR trucks. And look at that! Fort Iafro is starting on pole in a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado. Hopefully, it can hold on to that lead, but you never know with these AI races. Wild Kevin Anone has taken an early lead. Forty Afro is holding strong in second place. Pippi Langstrup is right behind in third. Looks like a close fight already. Maya is climbing fast, now in ninth place after overtaking 3 cars. Afro and Wild Kevinoni are locked in a fierce duel at the front for the lead. Nuts is making a move, climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 2nd place. Maya and TPKPA are nose to nose for 8th. Mr. Wolf J is inching into the top 12. Mr. Wolf J is climbing to 10th place. Lian Yashin is now in 12th. Dr. Monkey 13 is in 13. Looks like everyone's making moves. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. TPKPA just overtook someone to move into 7th. Mr. Wolf J is climbing nicely into 8th. Amy's dropping further back, now in 14th. Forty Afro just overtook Pippi Langstrumpf to take 2nd place. Pippi Langstrumpf is hanging on tight, but might need a miracle to stay ahead. Morning Stars is climbing up to 5th place, making a nice little push. Scrooge Champ is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 11th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is dropping back, losing 12 positions to 15. Nuts is making a move forward, gaining 1 spot to sit in 3rd. Lian Yesin is climbing to 8th place now. She's got new for life, breathing down her neck for that same spot. Forza is making a move, jumping to 13. Looks like a tight race for those middle positions. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 4 cars. Lian Yashin is right behind, also moving up 4 spots to 4th. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining ground fast, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 5th. Wow! Wild Cavanona took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Nice job! Congratulations to Wild Cavanona on winning the race. Well done on claiming the top spot. You definitely earned it. A big shout out to Lee Nation for setting the fastest lap. You can now claim the 2011 Toyota Tundra, a true beast in NASCAR trucks. And Maya for the most overtakes today. The prize is a 2011 Dodge Ram. Nice work on weaving your way through the pack. Great racing, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens next. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking and we don't want anyone missing out on the thrill of the race. So, get those choices in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown between two iconic cars from the late 90s. The Ferrari F300 is known for its impressive downforce and speed, making it a real favorite on twisty circuits like Mont Tremblant. On the other hand, the Prosta P01 was innovative, but often struggled with reliability and handling issues that could slow it down. Given the track and the cars, I'd lean towards New for life. With the Ferrari, especially since it has a reputation for being a beast on technical courses. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Will the Prost surprise us? Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race begins at Mont Tremblant GP with Random 69 on pole in a classic 1998 Jordan 98. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead. Random 69 has shot off the line to take the lead. Equinox Stowe is right behind, looking eager to pounce. Nudes is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Equinox Stowe is now in first place. Exos 21 has climbed to fifth. Hippie Langstrom is in ninth. Newts and Random 69 are nose-to-nose for second place. Jordan F just gained a spot to sit in 11th. Your Instinct and Jordan F are also fighting hard for that 11th position. Your Instinct is now in 21st place, falling behind. Hingle McCringleberry has dropped to 22nd. Exos 21 is climbing to 4th place. Exhaust 21 and Nuts are nose to tail for third. Amy is in 21st place with a McLaren MP 413. Looks like a tough race for her so far, maybe just saving fuel for a comeback. Radizero Activa Vixen is driving a Prost, a P01. They're currently in 18th place, so not quite making the moves yet. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. The F1 1998 cars are pretty evenly matched here, so it's all about driver skill and race strategy. The Mont Tremblant track's twists and turns are keeping overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is key. Maya is currently in 18th place with the Williams FW20. Looks like a solid start, but still plenty of room to overtake. Equinox TV is leading in a Tyrrell 026 from 1998. Looks like they're maintaining a solid pace, but the fastest lap is still unrecorded. The race seems pretty tight behind them. Dombush 86 is racing a Jordan 198, starting in 13th place. Their race looks pretty quiet so far with no notable moves or issues. Random 69 is driving a 1998 Jordan 98, starting from the pole position. They're currently in second place, holding a solid position with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 25 seconds, and 4/10. Looks like they're keeping it steady but not breaking away. Wolf of Aco is driving a Stewart SF02. They are currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 25 seconds, 559 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Noverlife and GamerBoss72 are neck and neck for 6th place. Dumbbush 86 is closing in on Lian Yashin fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Dumbbush 86 and Lian Yashin are battling for 11th, both pushing hard. Congratulations to Equinox 2 on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow! Congratulations to Equinox 2 for taking the victory. That was an impressive race from start to finish. Now, Lian Yashin, you've earned yourself a new ride for all those daring overtakes. You can claim the 1998 Prosta P01. Well done! Here's a fun fact about the 2009 Holden Commodore GTS. It was known for its powerful 6.2-liter V8 engine that could produce around 426 horsepower. Basically, it was like the sports car of the Australian streets, but with the comfort of a family sedan. Talk about having your cake and eating it too. Hey everyone! Make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which one will dominate the race. Hurry up and choose. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Lian Yashin with a 2009 Lexus ICE. That car is known for its solid handling and reliability, but is a bit aged now. On the other side, Mutu with the 2015 Ford Falcon F GXX. That beast is a power horse with a V8 engine, likely to give some serious acceleration and top speed. Given the vintage circuit of Spa, which favors handling and agility, I might lean toward Lian's Lexus. But the Falcon's raw power could make a difference on those long straights. Honestly, it could come down to who manages their tires better and keeps control through the tricky corners. My bet? I'd say the Ford Falcon, just because that V8 roar might carry it to the finish line with a bit more flair. But don't be surprised if Lian pulls off a sneaky victory with some clever driving. Wow, what an incredible race. Huge congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win. They truly showed some serious skill out there. And Pippi Langstrumpf, you dominated with those overtakes. You can now claim the shiny 2010 Audi TT RS. Great job to both of you. Hey everyone! We're just doing a quick little maintenance break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back in a few minutes with more of these crazy AI cars racing against each other. Grab a snack, stretch those legs, and we'll see you in a bit.